Hello everybody, welcome to some late night Assetto Corsa hosting. Yes, it's your favourite time for hosting. I'm racing. What cars will we drive? No, who knows? Who knows? Probably the same cars we always drive. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We didn't do any gliding. It's the Love Boat theme tune music. Right, yes. Let's get the server going. Hello? 88 US dollars? Who can afford that? Ah, it's too much. We're just getting a car going here, guys. Here we go, servers up. Hello, hello, hello. You're on iRacing, but you... LMU's good fun, yeah, it's just another sim to play. Right, well, there was something I needed to do and I've forgotten what it is. There was something I need to do with the live stream. Oh yeah, we need to see that it's running first because let's see if this breaks it. At the moment it's smooth, right? Well, we'll see what happens. I've broken my shoulder today. Oh, it's a disaster. Honestly, my poo bar's taking its toll. Oh yeah, this always breaks. For some reason, I have to open and close Elgato every time my computer goes to sleep. The Steam Deck, which is weird. Yeah, I'm pretty static otherwise. If someone says coffee's better than tea, I'm like, ah! Oh, here we go. I think I need to tilt my camera up a bit higher. We've adjusted the camera. That's exciting. I couldn't sleep last night, so we changed the layout a bit. It's what I do when I can't sleep. Do you like it? We've got a new whale, and then I made my camera more zoomed. It's on high resolution. I think that's a negative, but oh no. Is my wheel not on? Problem. Oh, did I forget to turn? No. Oh no, what's going on here? See, there you go, we've already found a problem. Huge error. Maybe we broke a wheel. There we go. That's you guys doing that. Yes. I know, there we go. Oh, I just need the software opening. That's weird. Didn't know you had to... Thought he saved it on the wheelbase. That was really random. Oh no! It didn't... I forgot to save my wheels, my pedal settings. You can have a... You can have an engine vibration on the pedal. It feels well weird. Ah! Why does it reset all my settings? Oh, no. Gotta save all this now. Beautiful. Ah, Rake Mal. Rakimal is in the server. Rick Mail. Beautiful. There we go. No, I didn't check it out. We could do. Maybe later. Hang on, why does the map... Look at the map. When I turn my steering wheel, the map moves. What's that about? Why do we... When I move my wheel to the right, why would the map suddenly move? Why would the road... Is it doing it from the wheel input? Yeah, look at that. Hang on. That's weird. Also, AC is not saving my... Oh, it is? This is super weird. Oh, everything's weird, guys. But you can... No. Oh, no, there's only one person in the race. That won't show until they get on the track. Okay, I'm okay. There it is. Beautiful. One of those incredible tea drinking sponsors who got you in sim... What? Oh, it's you, oh, the guy that's in the server. You, yeah. What, Officer Bobby? What are you guys talking about? Am I having a stroke? Sometimes I read chat and I don't know what's going on. Look, we got the dog back. We got the die. But they only go forwards and backwards though, not left and right. Look. Look at that. Synchronised with the physics. Is the stream running smooth? Oh, no, it's not. 57 FPS. Oh, hang on. It only dropped a little bit. 59. Oh, no. I put 2 cameras over NDI just to see. Just to see what the limit was. It just pushes it over. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn NDI off one of my cameras. Let's do that. Filters. That should fix it. Ah, that's a shame. Because I wanted to send the camera over the network without having to use a capture card. Oh, it's still going 59. Oh, we'll see. We'll see if it. Ah, we'll see. We'll see. You're on Twitch. Twitch is less bandwidth than YouTube. The YouTube streams, it's not dropping frames, but it's not able to capture a perfect 60. Still dropping 59. Oh. Maybe it's something else. Mostly 60. Could just be too many bits. Yeah, I need to get my potatoes out of my oven, actually. I'm going to have some potatoes. Always takes time for people to join the server. Oh, that's well annoying that it keeps flickering between. Oh, it's going to 57 there. 58. Could be like an encoder thing. Let's have a look. Actually, let's try. Maybe it isn't the NDI. Maybe. Oh no, it's still going down. Ah, it's so hard to when you're just at the edge of the frame rate. Yeah, I wonder what it is. Let's see if it's the overlays. There's some with that. Ah. With OBS, browser sources cause like weird performance issues. Aussie Bronk, hello. Yeah, it's been. They've already had it in the beta. But they postponed it a week. Let's see if the replay slows the stream down here. Okay, it did a little bit. Not too bad though. It'll be 1 pixel resolution. Oh, the potatoes in here. The potatoes in here. Antoine Jacket potato. I'm going to grab a potato, actually. Right. I'll be back in a second. Just going to grab a potato. Just going to charge my potato up. Hello there. I've got some potato and parsnips. Clearing out my freezer. Oh, I should move the camera up. Oh well. Vishan's in here. Hello, Chedhead. Where's it going? Got 9 people in the server. Whoa! So hot. Antoine's on pole. Speedy Twan. Megatwan. I'm eating potato though to warm up. Once I'm fully charged on my potato, there will be no stopping me. Just takes a little bit of potato charging. A bantation. Off the I banned him off the server. He was too fast and I found it deeply offensive. Got well good music today. Yeah, come along in my MX-5. Come along for a sexy drive. I'm in a car with no roof, with the lady by side. MX-5. It's not very fast, but it's a sexy drive. MX-5. Come along for a sexy drive. The MX-5, sexy drive. I mean, the Caterham, let's be honest, Caterham's better than MX-5. Look at this, beautiful. There's different versions of Caterhams. There's the cheaper, the basic one has a H pattern. There's some sequential ones as well. I don't think any have sequential on the steering wheel. Oh no, Tayson's here. He's banned. Tayson never sleeps. Some say he just eats doona kebab all day and night. The kebab pyre. Nice road. It's a nice road in America, actually. I wonder what it's called. Probably like Forest Raceway or something. Dilla Salmon, hello. Currently last. We might need a setup. I think that's the problem. Potatoes got mega setup. Well, actually, we haven't done a lap yet, have we? Let's see. We'll see. Can't get mashed in an MX-5. Oh, we got 16 people in this. It's filling up, guys. Oh, this is going to be the last lap here. Hello, Motive. These lines. If this doesn't put us in the top 3, fourth. It's all set up, guys. It was all set up. We had too much fuel. We'd have been on pole with the right fuel. For sure, obviously. Share the setup, guys. Share your setup. Share the setup. Oh, Dario's just beaten Antoine to a pulp. Yeah. We hadn't had enough tea. We've only had coffee today. It's affecting my points. Antoine's there with he's published his setup. Do you think his set was better than Lord of the Rings? I don't trust Adam's setup. I think he plays with a gamepad, so he's basically, you can't trust him. I do, but you never know. There might be a new setup. I'll just collect the setups. Antoine claiming it's a default. Can't trust him. He's already using trickery. Typical Twan. Hang on, guys. I've just got to set something up here. Don't get too excited and start to... oh dear. We just have to set something up. Ready now. I had to set up. We're testing some settings whilst we do this. We can never just drive. We always have to have like 5 things happening at once.
Okay, let's go.
Look at this. That's my motivational race start. War cry. Helps me drive faster. I think if it works for the Zulus, it should work for me. Oh, absolutely squeezed C. Dory there. Squeezed him off the road. Goodbye, Dory. It's Dory time. Antoine's leading the way here. Jimmy Jones. Watch out for his Kool-Aid. You can never trust people called Jimmy. Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Fallon. It was Jimmy Jones that did the Kool-Aid thing, right, in America. That ruined my childhood. Jimmy Carr. Okay. Isn't bloody Beast, Mr. Beast called Jimmy? Something about Jimmy's. Oh, look at these lines. Woo!
Macabau! Macabau!
Do you remember every video had that stupid Macabau song on? Ah, oh, look at this. This is MX5, guys. This is what it's all about. Moments from disaster. Ah, of course. Of course, he collects me as well. I knew it was coming. I thought we'd avoided it. Does the replay work? 55 FPS. Maybe the stream still looks all right with the replay. Toka Bockard. Look at that. He moves over. Ah, netcode to death. Everyone's gone. I pressed the replay button a bit too soon there. Apologies, guys, for our editor. Our editor is a bit incompetent. It's almost as if they're only able to play the clip for 17 seconds because that's the setting. It's almost as if that's the case. Huge error. Oh, bloody Antoine's still in first place. Get out. Get out of here, Antoine. Absolute disgrace. We're going to have a rematch. Hello, Days of Blunder. How's it going? How do you transfer a pizza? You need to put the pizza on. What's the underneath the pizza? You put that. It's not flour. What's it called? It's like what's it called? It's not flour. That makes it slide off the pizza tray. I mean, if you haven't made it too soggy, no, it's like flour, it's wheaty type flour stuff. I've forgotten what it's called, but that's what people typically put. That's what that grainy stuff is on the bottom of a pizza. WD-40, that's right. Lithium grease. I forgot what it's bloody called. Cornmeal, there you go, yeah. Or flour, but cornmeal, semolina, yeah, whatever. Like any type of, you got the specific stuff, and that makes it slide off the trowel better. But do you mean to get it off the pizza stone, or do you mean putting it onto the pizza stone? If it's sticking to the pizza stone, it's because the pizza stone wasn't hot enough when you put it on it. Oh yeah. So you just need to make sure the topping's not made your dough moist, or you got Google what you put underneath it to make it slide off the pizza thing. Also, there's a technique. Imagine you're the British Empire in the 1700s. Invading and taking over people through corruption. That's the technique. It's a similar technique to how you put a pizza on a pizza stone. Well, imagine you're the British Empire intentionally shipping highly addictive substances into China, getting everyone addicted to them, and then using that as political leverage. And then denying it ever happened at all. That's the technique. Also, make sure nobody's taught about it in following years. Imagine you're Britain intentionally starving the Irish and not distributing food to them, and then not teaching anybody about all the evil shit that you did to the neighbouring island. That's the technique. It's the British technique. Yeah, I know. It's so dumb. This. Oh, what should we teach our children? Shall we teach them the actual reality of how the country was formed and all the things it did, good and bad? There's a lot of good stuff as well, but there's also lots of terrible stuff. Or shall we tell you which wives bloody Henry VIII had? What's more important? Oh yeah, the plague education paid off, didn't it? That was good education. People used what was learned from that. Oh well. It's all rather funny, so it's okay. I didn't do any bloody medieval weaponry. That would have been well good. Could have built a trebuchet. That would have been awesome. Could have done geometry, physics, and like woodwork all in one thing. Build your own trebuchet. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. Come on. I managed to not punt him. I'm going to roll onto the racing line. There we go. Toka bockered in this one, guys. No, there's a bit of rowboat in there. Bit of rowboating going on. We could have a replay. Did I capture the replay? Was I too late on it? Here we go. Look. Here's the replay. So he was slow, and then he rode, but he row the MX-5, and then I got bopped from behind. No, he's very slow. Little bop. He caught it, and then I got bopped from behind. Absolutely rowboated to death. Disaster. What's the button to turn off the AC Doritos? I can't remember how you turn them off. Oh, the British are well good at drawing borders. I think if someone was to ask me to draw borders and move people around and do nations, what I would do is I would specifically put groups of people that are absolutely against each other, really close together. Also, I would ignore all the historical territories and all the stuff that's been built up over thousands of years, and I would just completely ignore that, not do any research, and just draw a random line over a bottle of whiskey, and that'll do. And I'll go, that's fine. Why would they care? It's not like the British would have cared if someone just draw a line through London. It's almost as if a lot of Britain's historical stuff is due to us having tough, idiot, posh arses decide stuff for everybody. It's almost as if... Fortunately, though, guys, as we all know, rationalism, critical thinking took over, and things are no longer the same. And international politics are well organised now, and everything's sort of evidence-based. So it's really nice, because it would be really depressing if things were basically exactly the same as they were 300 years ago, but with more powerful weapons. That would be super, super depressing, I think. Because you'd be like, in the past, you'd be like, there was a limitation of food and resources. So you can understand why people would fight over that, because there was genuine inability to distribute stuff. There wasn't the technology. It was just a reality, right? So it would be super depressing if you had that same kind of situation occur when you have all the technology, resources, and ability for it to not happen, and it's entirely optional. That would be really actually quite sad, I think. But fortunately, humans aren't dumb. Right, 11th. But we're doing a rematch, guys. We got Toka Bokkud there. It was a good race. That was the warm-up. Antoine, this one didn't count. This race didn't count. Sorry, Antoine. It didn't count. This one was it was just the warm-up. Yeah, unlucky. Absolutely potatoed there. Poor guy. He thought he'd won, but actually no. Sadly not. Right, we'll do a rematch, guys. We'll do a little bit of quali as well to give new people a chance to join. Well done though, Antoine. D. Usman second, Jimmy Jones in third, Adam fourth, Dark Ace fifth, Oliver sixth, Tayson's in holy seventh, C. Dory in eighth, Shedhead ninth, El Wheel in 10th. Congratulations. You're all hang on, we've got to go to the podium ceremony where you're given the prize by Richard Jones, who is the king. Yes, we are blessed today to have the king at the racetrack to hand out our medals. The king who earned his crown through honour and not hereditary or monetary reasons. And here we see the ceremony where Richard Jones hands the gold medal to Antoine. A proud moment in his life, and one of the greatest moments in all of motorsport. Now the national anthem of France for Antoine. Et bon sinon, il dit bonjour. Et bon si bonjour. Bonjour poisson, saucisson, poisson. Et de ton bonjour tout le monde. Oh, beautiful rendition of the French national anthem there, sung in a way you've probably never heard before. Oh, this is so dumb. Yeah, it's a new one. It's a new anthem. Have you never heard that version? Have you never heard that version before? Oh, thanks, Jet Red. I don't know where that came from. That was the dumbest thing ever. Emotional moment there. Oh dear. Right, let's get a lap in, guys. We'll do a shorter quali here. Macron's on the phone. Emmanuel Guy Macron. Yeah, well, we need to change the setting, actually. Where was it? Where was the setting? Setting, Assetto Corsa. Viewing UI, right? Show, virtual mirror, downshift protection. What's this? Oh, the camera. Oh, is it in system? That's obviously where you put it. Where is it? Oh, is it this one? There we go. The most useless setting in the game. Hang on, you can have more pit presets. I didn't know about that. Right. What else were we going to change? I was going to change something else and I've forgotten what it is now. Oh, no. Did the stream seem smooth during the race? Nice. It still seems to like occasionally drop. We're sending NDI cameras across the network, but that doesn't seem to be what's causing the issue. OBS has some really super weird stuff. Like, so at the moment, every now and again, it's dropping to 58, 59. It's really hard to work out with OBS though when it's something to do with the scene, something to do with bitrate. Like something's caused the frame rate to drop. This independent of the actual encoder, because the encoder can often be, you know, it's whatever the encoder is. It might just be every time it saves a replay buffer or loops a replay buffer, but then the replay buffer's going all the time. Super weird. Matthias. But when Gabe knew I was not going to die, I thought like, he's immortal. What do you think he's spending all his money on? He's immortal. Whoa! Explosion there. What's that about? Don't know if you guys can hear that on here. It might just be every time it saves a replay buffer or a replay buffer, but then the replay buffer's going all the time. Super weird. Oh. Don't know what's going on there. Oh. I don't know why we got an explosion there. It's not bandwidth counter debate. I've got 1 gigabit. It's just OBS stuff. Could be source switcher as well. Let's turn that off and see if that's what was causing it. Just a number of cameras duplicated. Now it's still doing it. It's only like 1 FPS. Oh, it could be source switcher. Sometimes like compositing the scene, like when it fades from one view to another. I don't know, it could just be anything. Super weird. Anyway, it's only dropping like 1 frame. Most people probably can't notice it.
The pace car is out of control.
I actually think... it's our server. Yeah, just search for Gamer Muscle. Password is T. It's filling up though. For sure, people could... if you could stream at 45 or 50 FPS, most people wouldn't notice it over 60, but I think YouTube would then scale it down to 30, which they would notice. So like on a lot of cameras like the DJI Pocket and GoPro and some other stuff, you can just record at 50 FPS. It looks basically the same as 60, so it's hard to tell the difference if you film it in a certain way. It's only really a problem if you speed stuff up or the camera's going crazy, or stuff like horizon smoothing and things works better at higher FPSs, but yeah, I can see it stuttering. I can see the stutter on my preview monitor. Let's try turning this off totally. Some things with OBS, you just need to reboot it and then it works. There we go. "22 cars in this." Right, let's get a stonker lap in here. We got to win this. You know, it's a matter of pride and honour. Look at this. We'll get a nice lap in here. Antoine's dropped off after the national anthem. I think he peaked. This is the end of his career now. Once you've won Road America and been presented the gold medal by the King, where can you go? Or 11th plate. We need to do better than that. Oh, don't block on the apex, please. Gonna block on the apex. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Don't have any Francos here. That was a superb exit. Let's go. Nice and easy. Almost a second up. Can you believe it? Where's Adam's spanking everyone. Tayson's even struggling. That's how bad it is. Yeah, we need a faster setup. I mean, it's pretty much all. I mean, some people would say, "Oh, you need to drive better. You're missing the apex. He's not carrying enough speed through the corner." And my response would just be setup. Hey, look, we're faster than Tayson. What can I say? How is Adam doing a 2:33? 2:33s are the. They must have just played too much. Yeah, but Shumi, you're forgetting I'm like one of the greatest sim racers of all time, especially in AC, and this is Road America. I'm like probably the greatest Road America driver to have ever lived. So when you factor those things in, it's actually a disgrace. It's because I'm carrying all the viewers in the boot. It's a bit of a tight fit, but we managed to get them in. I've done too much of this track on iRacing, and I think it's polluted my brain. That's a much better exit through that. I do like this track though. It's an oddly relaxing track to drive. Can't believe we've got 22 people in here and it's 10 PM on a Sunday night. We've got more people in here than like a small town nightclub. That's better. It's all about carrying the speed through those corners, really. You can say that's all racing, but you know what I mean. I'll be happy to get into the 33s. Antoine's doing 34.96s. What is he? He's had too much saucisson. It's actually because of the tyres in iRacing. This is actually a much easier track to drive in iRacing because the tyres gain and lose grip slower, and these are very flowy corners. So same with like Suzuka and stuff, and Silverstone. Those types of tracks are so much easier on iRacing because you're basically just gloopy bobsledding yourself through the corners. It's quite fun. But with this, you have to, because the grip comes and goes quicker, you have to get that point of braking and the turning more precisely done. Even if it's more forgiving when you go over the limit. Oh, we were up 3/10 and I threw it away. Oh, again, I've thrown it all away. Absolute disaster. Oh, that was good. Good exit through there. Oh, no, it wasn't. Hang on, have we got TC on? Ah, that might have been what it was. Should be off. I got my PB though for me. Oh, final lap here. About to see the power of TC. No, they're all cheaters. Days of Blunder. That's what it is. They're all cheating. I can't think of a single person that's ever beaten me at anything fairly, to be honest. Oh, well, typical cat debate. Oh, jeez. We need to not downshift into that corner. It slows you down too much. That's costing us like 4/10. We're in glorious 7th, though. Or will be. Oh, no, maybe not. Wow. Well, here we go, guys. Get ready for the race. Absolute scam, this. Absolute scam. I'm ready. I'm ready for this. We're going to beat France again. That's all that matters. Here we go. Let's go driving. Starting in 7th. Oh no, we did start in 7th. Adams on pole, Sapper 2nd, Jimmy Jones in 3rd. Antoine's he's on fire today, Antoine. Chedhead in 5th, Oliver 6th. Taysor's definitely hung over from yesterday. Taysor's performance has fallen off a cliff. After last night's drunken domination, this evening he's struggling. He's barely keeping his eyes open. Right, here we go. Okay, maybe these lines here are why. We need a marshal on that track corner. I think that's what's happening there. Absolutely appalling. Appalling lines we're seeing from people. Oh my goodness. Oh no, there they go. Like a flock of seagulls. Hit by a tornado. Yeah, they're all cheating. I told you. I'm boosting Chedhead. Oh, was that the potato that went? Oh, it was? Oh, it goes... Oh, he's... right into the race. Oh, no. There it is. Oh, the potato's been mashed early on. Disaster from victory to sadness. It got to his head. It got to his head after the first race. He was like, I'll never lose again. And look what happened. That's why you have to be careful of winning. That's why I choose to lose everything. Because once you win, you never know what will happen afterwards. Maintain mediocrity, I say. Look at this beautiful driving. This is. We've got Chedhead, Adams, Sapper. We're in position here. I could win this. I tell myself, but I probably won't. I don't want to intimidate our viewers, so I might try not to win this. You know. Yeah, staying in 4th gear is definitely what we should have been doing there. That's 4/10 magically found. Thank you, Vandisify. Adam's trying to stay ahead here. He's struggling. He's battling. Taking the Watkins Glen line there. Don't encourage him, Matt. We got to work with the Cheddhead. We've got to maintain the draft. This track is very much a draft track. Oh, Sapper's tickling his door frame. Oh, we have pace to win this, but we're running out of laps. One X. Tayson's coming up behind us. He's opened his eyes. Tayson the race. Oh my goodness, the fourth gear through there is literally 3/10. Probably more if we don't lift as much as we did. Tayson with a server PB. Well done. Oh man. Imagine doing a 24-hour MX5. A 24-hour MX5 race at Road America would be quite good, actually. Sapper's overtaken Adam. Adam's struggling. What an embarrassment. I'm trying to draw him in here. Try my best. Butter driving. Cheddhead's going mouldy. He's left the cheese out of the fridge too long. He's all rind. Oh, they're battling in P1. Oh, tried to lift it and then rotate and then get on the throttle. It seemed to work quite well, that. Yeah, bump draft is allowed. You have to be really careful in AC, though. Final lap, I think. Unless we might get one more. I killed him. I'm sorry. I was trying to bump draft you to get closer. Oh, shit. I was trying to push him closer. Why did it spin him? That's really weird. Well, you can't bump draft through that corner. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. That really was not the intention. Bloody hell. The whole point was to bump draft so we'd all have enough drafted to, yeah. Why did it spin it? It must have been like the rowboaty thing as well. That was a good third place, though. Good murder. Ah. I know. I'm surprised that that spun because it was really, really gentle as well. I think it's just that you're going through a corner, so that's it. It keeps pushing the car around. Oh, that's a shame. That would have been good. Good four-way finish. I needed the draft to catch up with the other two cars. It would, you know. Oh, let's have a look at the replay. Like, well done, Adam, with the win. Sapper second, myself in third. Totally fair. Tayson fourth, Oliver fifth, El Wheel sixth, Antoine in seventh, Nathan eighth, Freeman in ninth, S. Rouge 10th. It's the top 10. Sadly, Chedhead passed away. That's what the P stands for. Passed away. Passed away at the track. Right, let's have a little look at the replay quickly here. Yeah, just because it bumped it forwards. It bumped it forwards, and then it's a gap, and then another bump. So you cut. That's why you could do one bump, or maybe it was the grass as well. No, it's just a bumping. It's weird. Oh, it's maybe the gear change as well as a bump? No? Oh, well. Super weird. I'll replay the start. Hang on. Replay's going to turn off in a minute. There we go. Is that Antoine on the inside? Yeah, just the AC netcode stuff. We have to be with the contacts. Maybe the curb a bit as well, yeah. Well, you can only... Oh, no, here we go. It was up here. You can only really bump draft on the straight. Oh, dear. Absolute total blockage. And then they're gone. Right, next. We'll do MX-5 again. That was good fun. Nice racing, guys. Oh, look, we've got too many people watching the live stream. You've broken my view counter. It's off this camera. Get away from me! Get away from me! Oh, no, the view's attacking me again. Get away from me! God, it's like a mosquito. Don't you hate it when view numbers attack you? Need a view number mosquito net. Right. Next track. Here we go. That was good fun. Good racing, guys. It's nice and chill. MX-5's nice and it's just fun to race, I find. It's different. It's like Pedalo's. Right. We'll do another classic American track here. I'll make quali a bit shorter. It's getting late. Okay. Late time of day a bit later, actually, as well. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to click the like button, and you can subscribe on YouTube. You can follow on Twitch. We're almost at 20,000 followers on Twitch. We're almost at 100,000 subs on YouTube. We have Patreon. We put stuff on there. Full Subac profiles mostly. Ah, that was it. That was my promote. Did I do a good job there? Did we? Hang on. Oh, the whale's not working. Oh, there it is. Patreon spiffing. You can join our Patreon for free. Right, server's up. I appreciate the support. Helps pay for me to not have a real job. Pays for the server. Pays for everything. Pays for my electric bill. Lets me buy expensive graphics cards. All that stuff. Means I don't have to bother getting sponsors and stuff for things. So I really appreciate it. Do you VUHL05R? Is this? Does it sound nice though? VUHL05RR for AC. What is it? Okay, well, I've downloaded it. Oh, look, it's raining stones again. Don't you hate it when it starts raining stones on you? That's the one downside of having an open top car. Just gets filled with stones every time you park it in the pit lane. I'm ready here. We've got a setup. Probably like the this one's be fine actually. Beautiful. No, I've got the link though. I mean, I've downloaded it, so I have to put it on the server. I think it's time for a bit of a message from our sponsor.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2.
There you go. Of course, I'm running this in SLI. 24 megabytes of VRAM. Woo! And we're running on the Pentium MMX. I'm using a 200 megahertz AMD chip actually. We had to stop the Come Ho sponsorship. It was too powerful. We have to keep ourselves open to other car tire manufacturers. Yeah, I mean, it might be worth upgrading the Celeron. I heard that some of the companies might be doing 64-bit chips soon. Or even doing multiple chips on a single die. But I don't know if it'll work out, to be honest. Thank you. Server PB by Taysom 137,597. Billy Orish has just raided us. Hello. Billy Orish. Billy Orish. His name is Billy Orish. How's it going, man? Why were you up at like 3 in the morning yesterday? Billy Orish, Billy Orish. Does he sleep or does he only sim race? Billy Orish, Billy Orish, Billy Orish. Because I think the large part of the GPU stuff is due to embedding yourself in games companies and embedding yourself in like the systems and processes. So like, it's not necessarily just about the raw processing, it's about making sure all the developers use the methods that work best with your equipment. There's a weird division though, isn't there, with graphics cards, because you have the high-end gaming graphics card, which is like a fairly sizable market and a lot of money. But it's not really the biggest part of the market. Like the mass market of the graphics card thing is that kind of AMD. I mean the Intel graphics card thing, and the APU and the the cheap end. Basically, just whatever graphics card allows you to. You could play Counter-Strike 2 on it. At like 100 FPS, so you could play most games. Do you know what I mean? That this sort of low end, what most people consider a low end graphics card, but that's really the sort of the sort of default graphics card. Assetto. I got curbed. Got Assetto curbed. Assetto curbed to Corsa. Absolutely Assetto'd on that. Bloody simulator. Hang on, everyone in chat needs to say it was a skill issue and say that I don't know what I'm talking about and how could I know? T in capital letters is a password. Everybody in chat needs to now argue with me constantly. See, this was clearly a skill issue. The way it lost it. That is such an Assetto Corsa curbing. Look at it. Oh, my face is well big. Hello. Why is my face so big on this view? That's too much face. Jesus Christ! Imagine waking up to that. Let's not have my face. Let's shrink my face. It's too much. There's too much face. But, oh, come back! No, I'm moving the wrong thing now. Replay. Here we go. Just fixing my face, guys. It's gonna take more work than that. There we go. Hello, Dave Coe. I think Billy just raided us and then ran away. What a typical guy. Oh no, no. What have I done now? We've inceptioned the replay. Okay, let's get back here. All good. Beautiful. Beautiful. There we go. I've just changed my camera. That's all. We zoomed it in more. It's also night time, isn't it? So I need to tilt the camera up a little bit. Maybe we'll do it after this race. My beard's too long as well. I need to shave my beard. Hello, WND Tech. No, I only have a provisional driver's license. Yeah, it's still actually. I thought it'd run out, but it still has like 2 months on it. I didn't realise. It expires, yeah, in 2 months' time. I was actually looking into maybe getting the driving license. I was like, you know what? I should get the driving license. We'll do it. But then I was thinking, it'd be funny. I was thinking, in terms of content, I was like, what if we do driver license versus pilot license, and we try and see which one we can get first. Everything just turns into content in my head. You know. This is what happens when you do too much YouTube. Everything's a video. Yeah, Billy just came and went. Story of your life counter debate. Right, here we go. Let's go racing. Sapper's on pole. Tastes second out. Look at these filthy regs. It's already like well late in German land. These guys are Jimmy Jones. Antoine's still here. These guys are like an hour ahead. What are they doing? Tayson's German. Antoine's French, allegedly. Adam's claiming to be Italian. Tayson's claiming to be Polish. What's going on here? Tayson's Swiss. He's not even German. Is that a Swiss flag and I'm dumb? It looks like a Polish flag. Satoshi's claiming to be Scottish. I'm Italian, obviously. I think the default game flag is Italian, so that's how we've ended up being Italian. Jimmy Jones is out there painting roundabouts. Is that Austrian? Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's Austrian. Good day, mate. Tipping joke. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm surprised he's awake. Austria's a long way away from here. That's a Dumb and Dumber joke. Right, yeah, we should be North Korea. Is loose? What's this? The world flag? Timbo Slice is hanging out down there as well. Got 5 minutes to set another lap. Let's do it. 19 people in the server. Awesome. What's the Isle? Is the Isle of Man a separate country? Is it like... I thought the Isle of Man was a bit like Scotland. Or like Wales. I mean, obviously, they are independent. They've got independent parliaments, right? But they're part of... they're British. I get really confused by this. You know, when you have like an assembly in a parliament, but then the fundamental budgets come from London. No, I know they have their own flags, but like Scotland is beholden to London, effectively. So is Wales. Like, they have their own parliament and things, but it's... It'd be interesting to functionally... How you functionally break things down to determine how much autonomy places have. Cornwall wants to be its own country as well. But then you have like the stuff in Spain. It's even more confusing, where the cities themselves claim to be independent, and yeah, it's so confusing. Yeah, it's so confusing to like try and keep track of it all. I mean, what you really need is like a really good diagram. So it gets even more confusing with stuff like the EU, when you're like, well, how much does the EU like structure affect everything else, and to what degree, and where, and like the laws and legality of things. And then you have the separate to all that. You then have the real politic of stuff that's been done over hundreds of years with other nations, and you could go, well, hang on, okay, it's all very well the country pretending that they've got this control and that control, but aren't they, if that's all predicated on another country's doing X, Y, Z? Do you know what I mean? It gets totally... I think a lot of people have this like really simplified, or it's presented as like a really simplified, this is this country, this is this country, this does that, you know, when the reality is like so murky and convoluted. I'm not saying who's controlling what. It's crazy. Like going back to like medieval times, where you'd have like castles and multiple kings that would effectively be in charge of specific parts of territory, and some of them would be like, oh, okay, well we're subservient to this other king or this other group, and some of them would be like, no, we're totally independent, but we happen to be allied. It's crazy. I mean, that's what the counties in the UK originally, right? They're actually historically divided up between kingships and things. Yeah, you just have to make sure that you've got a good castle. You want like natural. You want one of those like good German castles on the hillside, like Burgouts or something. But the problem is, the better a castle is at defending the castle itself. Like, so if it's on top of a mountain, or so you really can't get to it as an invader. You can't even. It's too high up to even practically bother like firing cannons at it and ladders and stuff. But then the difficulty there is that type of terrain typically isn't where you have fertile land and water supply. So then you've got this amazing castle, but you can only have supplies for like, let's say 5 years. Probably less in medieval times, probably more like a year, 2 years maximum. And so to defeat that castle, even though the castle's effectively impervious to assault, you know, you just besiege it. So there's that fine balance with castles of it being amazing fortification or it being worse fortification, but then it's got more immediate resources. And then, yeah, also there's like towns and stuff around it. If you're like one of those German castles on top of like pointy rocks, you're probably not really protecting much around the castle. So you're not going to have that many people that can live in the castle itself. So your actual power and stuff is pretty limited. Yeah, but goats and sheep need grass. So if the castle's besieged, there's only a certain amount of hay and stuff or seed that you can keep in the castle grounds before the goat and sheep are going to die. And you know, if it's besieged, the goats aren't going to just roam freely. So it's the problem is castles are bloody amazing, right? Like, they're actually fascinating, but bloody cannons ruined everything. Like, explosives just ruined all the funness of castles. It just made it's like drones have ruined everything with the like high-powered weaponry ruined like basic combat stuff, and now drones have like ruined everything. It's all robots. Where's the fun in that? It's all just random. It's like landmines ruin everything. It's all just random. I think we should make all weapons illegal, and we go back to castles. I mean, how good is that? People hitting each other with sticks, or like you watch those, like just people with old bows and arrows. And if you've got antibiotics, you go, okay, well, no. So an army can fire at each other. They can hit each other, but they're probably not going to kill each other. They'll just like cut each other, you know. And then they're not going. You remove the infection thing, which was the big problem back in the day. Like, someone would get just nipped by an arrow, or you know, get an arrowhead jabbed in them, or sliced or something, or broken bones. But that trauma wouldn't necessarily be that bad. It would be the infection that's the issue. And then all the disease and stuff. So if you can get rid of all that disease, then you could make warfare pretty enjoyable, really. So we should just do that. It's for everyone's benefit. Laser shooters, yeah, exactly. Like, what is the point of having a lightsaber if you've got a laser gun? It ruins everything. People just don't think about this. When they invent better weaponry, they don't think of the consequences. Like, how cool is a trebuchet? No, I know countermate, but not as effectively as a bloody nuclear warhead. How amazing is a trebuchet? I mean, look, a cannon makes a nice explosion and it's really powerful, you know. But imagine like 40 trebuchets all creaking and going. Well, this is. Think of the entertainment value. Well, you just have to make sure you're not on the receiving end of the cow carcass. It's Bentley and Mitchell. Death by spoon or death by fork. I think what they could do is outlaw all war. It's all illegal, and then you have to decide all battles with curling, because everyone looks stupid curling, and so that would just calm people down, and you'd be like, Austria won the curling battle. Holland's won the curling war this year. You'd be like, I'm not even going to argue with it because it's so stupid. I don't want to even be involved. So yeah, okay, they won it. We'll follow the rules until the next curling battle. All disputes. Every dispute in the world could be solved with curling. Probably not the best sport to solve stuff in like sub-Saharan Africa, but any place that's got ice, or you could just use artificial curling. You know, you could use plastic curling fields. I think we've just created world peace here, solved it. Curling for peace. Here we go. Sapper on pole, Adam second, Pisatoshi third. Let's go. All these beautiful MX-5s. Mazda speed. Two things that I don't really associate speed with Mazda. Maybe like the 787, but not the MX-5. I'll be honest. Oh, there's 3 cars there, sorry. Thought there's only one next to me. Huge error. Oh no, I'm out of the draft. This always goes well. Too wide. What a cluster. Oh no, someone's been boshed. It's Jimmy Jones. He's been boshed off the track. Bosh, and the MX-5's gone. Oh no, coffee hiccups. Oh. Going nice here. Pisatoshi behind us. Swole Rouge in front. Tayson's in third at the moment. Sapper's still holding out at the top. Woo! What a wibble wobble. Sada-ba-sada-doo! Oh, a bit deep there. I could not find the grip. Good driving by Satoshi there. Good overtake. Oh no, the potato's behind us again. The potato's back. He's not. Oh, he's gone. Ah! I knew dropping some banana peels down would confuse him. Absolutely exhaust piped him. Nice and easy. Jacob Nelson with the server PB, well done. Daniel Naito with the server PB. Everyone's getting them now, even Loose Wheel. It's probably, we haven't raced this for a while. Not sure what my lap time is here. 37.4 was the best lap we've done. Oh, we're getting some good lines around here. We'll watch out for the slippery curbing. Go. I'll move my chair up a little bit. Ah! No! CPU occupancy. No, USB! USB disaster. We're back. We still got. Oh no, USB. USB disaster. I think I accidentally moved the. Oh no. We moved the chair over the USB cable. I think we've. Moving the chair affected the USB there. Be careful. Ah. Probably ran over something with my chair. I'm surrounded by USB cables. It's good that you can plug stuff in whilst you're driving. Simob's amazing. Man, I'm boiling. It's really humid today. Final lap, our Chedhead's coming for revenge. After I got USB'd. Oh! Oh no, he's coming to Ched me. Chedageddon. No, he's Chedded me. No, I Chedded him. Yes. Take that, Chedhead. I outperformed him by 1/10. If that. Absolutely Chedded. I knew I had that all along, guys. There was no risk of losing that for sure. Yeah, he could have bump drafted me and said, "Oh, I didn't expect it. Didn't expect that to cause you to go flying." Good racing there. Oh man, my shoulder. We'll do another race. I think we should do some vintage, a bit of vintageness, because that's always good fun. I need to watch out my shoulder here. We've done something to it from sim racing. It's this here. We've got any doctors in chat? It's the front of my shoulder. It's like weirdly sore. Normally it's my back. Probably seating position. Oh. No, we're just racing the Boris the novice. Age. Oh no. No, I'm pretty young though. Right, let's get another server up here. No, it's not the seat belts. It's to do with turning. It's doing the steering action and then like doing all this kind of stuff. That's what does your shoulders. All the seat belts do is just push on you. Right, well done, guys. Let me get another server stuff up here. Look at this. I need to move my camera up as well. What has he done this time? It's my favourite fish. What has he done this time? The fish just looks depressed. Fish with a top hat as well. Why would a fish have a top hat? It wouldn't even work. Fish with top hats is the best thing ever. It's just it wouldn't even work. It's just, yeah. No wonder he's sad. He's got a top hat giving him drag all the time. Right. Let me get the next server up here. We need to do some vintage. Oh yeah, we could have a champagne fish. We'll do another whale holding a champagne bottle with Game of Muscle. A whale wearing a race helmet. This is all I use AI for, is generating fish. Honestly, 90% of what I use AI for is fish image generation. I think it's a good use. I mean, if we're going to die, we might as well use it for fish. The irony is, it's probably killing all the fish. Right, here we go. Let's get this track up. do one we don't normally do. Here you go. This is a tricky one, but it's good fun. Get there. Got to find the car. The server browser for creating servers is not ideal. There we go. Servers up. You now understand the AC praise. It's good fun. It's not perfect, but it's really good fun. Right, what do I need to do? We start this. And I need to move my camera up by like 0.5 mil. And then it'll be too high. Maybe I'll have some Guinness now. And then we'll have a cup of tea and a biscuit later. I had to, all the shops were shut. It's Sunday. So I had to go to a corner shop to buy milk. And then the biscuits are so expensive. It's unbelievable. I mean, a packet of biscuits should not cost £2. There we go. We had a good setup here. Why are the spectators so dark? They're in the shade. Okay. Oh, we might need to redo the shader patch stuff. Hang on. Has this put us, what's going? Is this the wrong track? I don't recognise this track. I've loaded the wrong track, but oh well. Yeah. Seems just it looks a bit weird. It's like the tracks. There's no grass. So it's like it's loaded a low detail mode of the track for some reason. It's very weird. Looks like an R Factor 1 track. Even the horses are not. Yeah, there's something messed up with the graphics. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Maybe we just need to do the shader patch thing. What's it called? Where's the track VIOs? Isn't it? Where's the track thing? Oh, it's this, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, I mean, you can't drive without any grass. What's the point? What game are we playing? I'm not sure what that is. Because we used all of ChatGPT up generating fish, which was the most important thing to do, really. Ah, man, I really feel like having an alcoholic drink. A nice light Spanish beer would be nice. Why is this not installing? Yeah, I wonder why that track's messed up. We'll see. We'll try it. We'll do the race. We'll see if it works. Just seemed like the lighting was balked on it. Yeah, I don't know why the spectators are all in the shade. Might reinstall the track. Just see if that fixes it. I could download it. I wonder where I can get the track from. Oh, look, there's a handy link on my server. Wow, this server's set up really well. It's so easy to get into it, and whoever set that up must be really good. I don't like smoking because yeah, I don't know what the solution is here. It's messed up. I don't like messing with my lungs. Oh no, were you trying to suggest that he's not a pit babe? How dare you, Cat Debate? What a sexist comment. Are you saying this pasty, vampire-esque, skin on face? It looks like the skin's like. He looks like he's wearing his Hannibal Lecter type face. Are you saying that he's not a babe? I think that's really just shows you how disgusting you are. Pure sexism. He's wearing the face of an umbrella girl. He's like the guy from Men in Black. How good is that film? Men in Black was well good. That's the kind of film when first time you watch it, it's really good. I was I was adjusting my camera. Whoops. I need to adjust my camera. I'm going to need to take my trousers off as well. It's too warm. My 5090 is like a space heater. Like to have to wear shorts in my sim rig. It's also just way more comfortable wearing shorts when you sim race. I'm definitely more of a shorts person than a trouser person. I don't think I've ever liked trousers. Maybe a kilt's really nice. This is really nice, this. They're just, this car and these sorts of roads are so pleasant to drive. Like once you have a little bit of confidence on the brake and how much you need to slow down for corners, and then you just let the car slide through the corners. It's really nice. Hang on, how is a red leather steering wheel like this? Is counter debate. The reason why it looks like a toy is because in the 1980s all the toy cars were trying to copy the Formula cars, which were the best car wheels. So the toy cars were like, oh, it's a red race car steering wheel. So it only looks like a toy because this was the race cars that they then copied into the toys, and then with you being 300 years old, you then are seeing it that way because you never, like me, grew up with these real steering wheels. So the irony is, it's actually less of a toy. You've been bamboozled. Ah, no, this corner's weighted. Ah, I'm an idiot. Why did I downshift there? I have one of these steering wheels, but I don't have a button box that fits it. It's not leather. It's I know. I think it's more of a D-shaped one, but it's like an old car wheel. It's really good. What are these? Oh, they're like helium balloons. They don't really do that anymore. Like you sometimes see promotional balloon things, but not that much really. Well, I don't know why. There's there's one in Berlin, but it's like a tourist attraction. What's weird is, yeah, the quality that... I think what's happened is, in the past, people would do the real stuff, right? So adults would just buy a car, or maybe do like a lot more go-karting and that kind of thing. So obviously they wouldn't need a toy because, well, they'd be riding their motorbike, driving the real car. Whereas what's happened is due to people not having enough money, or just things getting more expensive, which is the same thing, I guess. You ended up with the toys or sort of hobby stuff getting less toy-y and more sophisticated. But there always were like crazy toys, like in the 50s, those model trains that people would sit on, and you know, you still, if you go to parks now, you can see they have the track still. Some parks still do it, but people would build those like little steam trains that you can ride. That's pretty crazy. And then people have those little steam engines. They'd have those RC cars that did oval RC, the little nitro ones, and again in the UK there's like little oval tracks in the park, so they put them on a string and they go around in circles really fast. But that all, like, I guess they disappear because it's too dangerous or something. So there were like expensive toys back then for people that couldn't afford to do full size things. Bloody hell, brake bias is well far forwards. Death by understeer there.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Nosepo. Appreciate the follow, welcome. T in capital letters if you want to get in. And then the downloads are linked on the server. You have to subscribe on our Patreon though, otherwise it won't let you in. We use sophisticated data tracking. Or you can subscribe on Twitch or YouTube. Otherwise your computer blows up. Yeah, no, you just join the server. T in capital letters. As long as you don't crash into people, everyone's welcome. If it's slow, drivers are welcome. Just try not to crash into people. Oh, look at that, looks beautiful. It's only me that's allowed to crash into people. I have an exemption. Whee! This will be well good. I mean, this will be terrifying in reality, but. Don't thank me. I didn't ask for you to thank me. How dare you? Yeah, you're welcome. I'm working on accepting compliments and kindness. It's taken me 50 years. I still reject any kind words put in my direction. Don't worry about counter debate, Nasepi. Noah Sape. Yeah, don't worry about counter debate. He's got like a condition. It's just how he is. Poor guy. He's got this condition called wife bum filmitis. Compulsively films his wife's bottom in 3D. It's terminal. Ah, no. And he's dead. That's what you get for picking an orange car. Green's safer. Orange will always result in an accident. It's almost yellow, I think. Is orange closer to yellow? Do colours work like that? Like, logically? I mean, it like, if you were to... It depends how you break it up, right? If you were to do, like, on a spectrum, you'd be fair to say that, like, purple is close to blue, but is it actually, or is it just like an arbitrary perceptive thing? Is orange? Do you see what I'm saying, guys? This is a ChatGPT question. It's far too complicated. Yeah, but I mean, it might be closer to red, but you know what I'm saying? But is it? Is it really? Just because you move a hue wheel, that's just applying a certain logic to what colour follows another colour. But it's all made up, right? So I guess you could go if you were to just say it's a frequency, and then you say, well, mathematically, it's the frequency is closer to the next frequency, which exhibits itself as this colour in our eyes. So it would be fair to say, obviously, like 99 hertz is next to 98 hertz, right? That's fair. That's fair to say. So the colour orange will be like, well, I don't know what frequency it is, but so yeah, it is next to it, I think, by all definitions. Glad I saw that. I'm glad we worked that one out. What is wrong with me? Honestly, that would have bugged me. And a moderately intelligent person would have just answered that in their head for themselves in a flash. And that would have literally, if I was out on a walk and that popped into my head, that would have bothered me for like half an hour. It's really funny when you're like a bit dim and it takes you a long time to solve simple things. It's like when I get to a cashier in a shop and they're like, I'll give you this change and you can give me that, and I'm like as if someone's asked me to like prove a particle exists or something. Doing my lap here. The perception of it's all subjective, but it's pretty fair to say that it's next to it by all definitions of the term next. Mind you, I guess if you psychologically had a like tumour, or your brain doesn't work properly and you have like a colour gap, or like if you're colourblind and you can't see a certain band of frequencies, it might not actually be next to it. Like, it could be the cut-off between where you can't see stuff. But then it'd have to loop around again. So maybe, yeah. This is inner monologue. My inner monologue is normally, I really want a cup of tea. When can I get another biscuit? Oh, a new update's coming out for a game. That'll be exciting. Wouldn't it be fun to be a bird? Woo! Ow! God, that corner's really tricky compared to all the others. That's why I crashed there. It's so hard, that corner. Right, I'm finishing the lap. Everyone else is just waiting. I've learnt the track now. We're good. Look at the grandstands for this event. Very prestigious event. Alan's in third, Tayson second, Sapper first. I'm ready to go racing here. This is Deutschlandring, I think. Not ready yet, guy. Oh. Not ready yet, guys. Sorry, I had to fix something. Everyone got well excited then, and then they were denied. Just had to fix something. Huge error. What DD? Oh, it says 3D sim gear dash. Here we go. Hopefully this all works. Yeah, the frame drop seems to be happening independent of what we're doing over the network, so there's some bug in OBS. But I'll put some more RAM in that computer. Oh, he's dead. We caught it. Well, there goes another one. It's not very forgiving, this car. Oh! Oh my goodness. 4 corners is the average survival time for this race. I don't like energy drinks. I would avoid them personally. I think they're bad. I quite like the taste of Kong Strong. You know, I mean, why not occasionally have an energy drink? But I think they're fundamentally they're an exploit of trying to market use drugs and the idea of drugs in a format that can be sold to children. And so it's more like it's sort of like a loophole product that, you know, it's like smoking and stuff and vaping. It's that kind of thing. And it's really weird that companies get a free pass for. I think it's not. I don't think it's ethical. But at the same time, I think that's my view. People can do what they want, but I don't. I don't promote energy drinks, or I don't like them. I think they're a bad thing. But occasionally I'll drink them. I'm not against people do. I have a very. People should be free to do what they want to do, even though I don't believe in free will. People should still be. You know, if someone wants to have an energy drink, they should have them. If someone wants to smoke, they should do it. There's worse things, isn't there, really? So. But yeah, I personally, I don't like them. I think they're a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, I quite like the taste of Kong Strong. I never really liked the taste of Red Bull. The thing is, they don't wake me up and make me more alert. But I don't know if it's because. Yeah, I don't know. I actually, they tend to make me feel a bit relaxed. So Yeah. I find if you want energy, if you're trying to stay awake, the best thing you can do is some push-ups, have some water, have a cold shower, that sort of thing. Well, I told you this story before, but I say it again because it's quite funny. I was doing an event, and it was in Germany, and all they had to drink that that wasn't water was this like Fritz Cola or something, and it has tons of caffeine in it. And I didn't know. I just thought, oh, it's Coca-Cola, right? So it's just Coca-Cola. So it was all I was drinking, and I had like 10, 13 bottles of it because I was constantly talking and doing stuff. And then by the end of the night, I was like shaking. I'm just like, I feel super weird. And then I looked at the Coke. It was like each one was like a Red Bull or 2 Red Bulls, something stupid, and also shitloads of sugar. I was just like, oh no, could have had a heart attack. I didn't feel energised though, I just felt super weird. Yeah, like, the thing is, to be honest, you should just have tea, coffee, really nice water, like nice cool water, fizzy water, lots of different types of tea as well that are really nice. Like even fruit teas and stuff. And if fruit teas in water, again, really nice. You can literally just have plain fizzy water, and you can cold brew fruit teas in it. It'll taste like a fizzy drink, but without any of the sugar and shit in it. It's literally just dried fruit. So that's the direction things should be. Oh, I've done it again. That corner. Who's this behind me? Oh, it's the potato! He never leaves me alone. This is the greatest rivalry in the history of motorsport. Potato versus muscle. This car's faster than mine. Cheater. Fortunately, his car's French, so it'll probably fall apart. He's driving for Peugeot. His wheels are about to fall off. I'm going to sprinkle some salt on him. Oh! No! I'm going in the river! Oh, thanks for subscribing. I've been potatoed. What a disaster. Oh, there's smoke up ahead. Well, someone's missed a corner. Can't believe I got potatoed. See, he put bananas on the floor. That's why I couldn't make that corner. Absolute disgrace. I was French fried. I was sautéed. Who's this? Oh, okay, they're struggling. They're still on their first lap. Oh, every time. Every time on that corner, just drive into the wall. Fortunately, it's a really springy fence. It's a fun track, yeah. These, I think it's another fat, healthy track. Just have really good flow to them. The downhill sections in this car are quite tricky because you really have to get turned into the corner and trail brake to avoid the understeer. I think this would feel great on a motion rig. Should really have the seatbelt tensioner on, actually. We need to not mess up the right-hander. This is the thing I don't fully get with the Evo cruising stuff, right? This road... Whoa, lamppost! Who put that there? This road... Ah, wrong button. That wasn't meant to do that. That's weird. That was, shouldn't have. Just driving this road with this car is like really fun from a basic driving perspective. So why would you need all the other cruising and stuff if you can just do this? Like if you really just enjoy driving a car and handling a vehicle, these sorts of tracks are, you know, I don't think they remove cruising. I think they're just working on the game. But why did that button? Why did the replay button do that? Let's see. Yeah, why is that doing that? Why is that going to a totally different scene? That doesn't make any sense. Let me just fix this. Good racing there. Sapper, Alan, Antoine beat me. I got potatoed again. Let me just fix this bug we've got.
Just driving this road with this car is like really fun from a basic driving perspective. So why would you need all the other cruising stuff?
This doesn't make any sense. Wow, this is messed up. I'm just going to restart this. Well, I'll get another server up in a minute. I just need to pop to Lou. Yeah, no, I don't want to fiddle put it on the server. We'll do it another time. Let me get another track up here, guys. What's the other one? It's not Deutschlandering. It's another. It's not Filderberg. It's not Fontenay. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it's not this one. Yeah, maybe Battenberg. Maybe that's right. Is that? But no, that's the really, really long one. Oh no, maybe it is this one. How long is Battenberg Ring? No, this is the insane one. No, we did Bremgarten, I think. Yeah, it's not that one. Or maybe it is. No, we did that. It's not that one. Battenberger Ring's huge though. Oh, it's 7 miles. Oh, it's, no. Yeah, maybe it is maybe it is Battenberger Ring. We'll put that on. I might be. It might be this one. There's one that's just like insanely big. There you go. Got it on the server. I don't want to do this crazy big one. There we go. Back in a second, guys. Hello. Oh, I feel well better with shorts on. I totally messed up my right foot the other day. Ooh, got some biscuits. Beautiful. Here we go. This was the right track. Oh. Well, Moses software needs restarting. Oh, look at all the grass. There's more grass than you can imagine. I don't know what the password could be. Oh yeah, it's T in capital letters. It's been the same for 10 years. It never changes. I'm going to change my banking passwords to T. I'm going to change all my passwords to T. It's the most secure password known to man. No one guesses it. Even when you tell people, even when it's presented, even when it's written on the screen. Or the password crackers start at cracking at 4 because they'd never think that someone would be stupid enough to only have 3 letters. Bloody hell, it's these tight corners that come out of nowhere. They're the ones you have to watch out for. Hang on, we need to... Why's my music stopped? What's this about?
The pace car is out of control.
Play it. Thanks for following. Welcome. It's game of trombones. Gamer Muso. It's Gamer Muso. Gamer Muso. Gay men muscle. This is the House in Veld 1 wheel. I don't know, there's loads of different wheels you can get. Depends what wheelbase you've got and how much money you want to spend. Beautiful. This is so nice. I can smell my cup of tea. Box. Wall. Tea smells well nice. It's really weird. Especially, like, I don't know if I like green tea. I had a cup of green tea last night in bed, and my stomach was rumbling like crazy. So I don't know why, but green tea is supposed to do the opposite, but absolutely wrecked me. But yeah, normal English tea with milk is really nice. Need to watch out for the tight corner that's in the town here. It does say it's a chicane. Maybe it's this right-hander here. No. The cobbles are really slidey as well. I mean, this is just incredible. Like, AC with the tracks like this really like remind me of you know the old Need for Speed games. Just the feel you get of those driving through like countryside. It's just fun, really nice flowing type of driving in a video game. It wasn't even like you're doing crazy sophisticated cornering and braking. It's just That's nice. The setup video? What setup? I'm dead! Oh, I'm dead. So nice, dead. Ah, I forgot to brake. Bad that you regret. Yeah, I mean, I did. I'm really lucky that this is my job, so money that I've wasted ends up not being a waste. Like financially, it's not a waste. But before I did YouTube, I spent money on iRacing when that money would have been way better off going into new pedals, steering wheel, and then doing other things. So like, I think you can have a lot of fun with iRacing, but it's only really fun if you have enough disposable income where the money spent on it, which is about £300 a year, doesn't matter at all. So do you know what I mean? Antoine, thanks for the races. Yeah, good fun. Sad that you beat me. You're not welcome again. But I hope you have a good night. It's always good to race you. It's always good to have the potato. Great for us to hear the national anthem as well. Have a good night. But yeah, the iRacing thing, like, you can get into it, you can have a lot of fun. I think you can get the value from it, but it's just one of those problems with cost, is that if you have disposable income, all these things are like inconsequentially affordable, so it doesn't really matter. If let's say you're earning over 60,000 a year, well, the price of DD wheelbase, T-Start sim rig, iRacing account, you know, the software's, you know, none of it really matters over the time. The time you'd spend doing something is the cost, rather than the actual expense on the accessing the software or the hardware. But if you're like a teenager, or you're in your 20s, or you're not fortunate enough, and it is entirely down to luck if you've got money or not. I don't care what people say. So it's just luck. Then £300 a year, and having to get the content, and then having to feel like you need to get the value out of it because it's always a compromise compared to being able to do something else, then the price of iRacing becomes quite a problem. But yeah, for sure, if someone's goal was pure value for entertainment, value for money out of Sims, they would get way more value out of RBR, AC, AMS2 than iRacing. And then if they wanted to do online racing specifically, Race Room, LMU now, but even you could even do AC, low fuel motorsport. And like, if you're not if you're not falling for the sort of allure that iRacing is the premium service and iRacing defines your skill as a driver and all that stuff, if you don't fall for that, you're not going to really care about the supposed value that comes from it being the platform. So all that matters really is what's offering the good racing, what's actually fun to drive, and what offers a good racing. So at that point, iRacing kind of loses a lot of its value. There's definitely people with iRacing that are like, oh, it's expensive, so it's good. And also the whole thing of, oh, I spent a lot on it, so now I need to get the thing out of it, and other people are spending it, and real drivers play it. It's like all these points are totally irrelevant to your actual enjoyment. My iRacing account's lapsed, counter debate. I haven't been on it for like 2 months. LMU for me sort of does the competitive online racing component. to be honest. Like, I can't stand iRacing's netcode and physics. I like some aspects of the physics, but I just can't stand how, like, stale it is to race. It's just a chore. It's just hot lapping. Which is ironic, because if you were going to do hot lapping, it would make way more sense to do it with this. Like, if you're not going to do esports and you're not a live streamer, so you're not making revenue from ads and viewership and stuff, the hot lap challenge of trying to do these tracks in a vintage car faster is a way more rich and interesting form of hot lapping compared to hot lapping like a Mazda or whatever GT3 car, right? The only new game at the moment is Hell Let Loose Vietnam, but it's super beta. Don't think it's even out. It doesn't take that time to set up. It really doesn't take that long to set up. I think it's more that, so with AC it seems like it's going to take a long amount of time, and so that's very off-putting, because it's because of the way that people talk about mods and modding, making out that it's way more complicated than it actually is. Like, it's taken me way more time to dial in the force feedback with LMU FFB to make LMU drive like a normal simulator. Do you know what I mean? And with iRacing, the whole, once you get like moderately okay at it, you spend way more time learning how to avoid the netcode and the basic driving and getting setups and stuff. Like, but it's, yeah, sure, cognitively it's in the same package of the game. So it's the idea. There's this it's to do with like the idea that something is outside of the launcher or what the developer intended, for some reason, cognitively, is a real big problem for a lot of people. Because they're like, oh, well, it's unofficial, so how do I know it'll be good? As if the official thing is the best thing. I think it's a form of like... it's due to people, the way sort of people are indoctrinated. Everybody, I'm not, it's like me as well. You're indoctrinated into the process of the general consumer process of something. So it's like using films as an example. There's a sort of process of like, oh, if the film is at a cinema on a cinema screen, and it's filmed in a certain way, edited in a certain way, the audio is a certain way, and the trailer's done in a certain way. You know, it's like, oh, it's a film. Whereas if someone was to launch a much better story, better edited, more interesting, or whatever, and they did exactly the same thing, but they release it straight to Netflix, people have a completely different perception of it if the packaging is different. Or if they just put it out for free, again, it's a completely different thing that people perceive it. It's like when you sell something on eBay, or if you sell something on Nextdoor. If you give it away for free, people are like fuss over it more and demand that you're in at a certain time. If you sell it for a price, people are conditioned that, oh, well, I'm subservient to this process, and because I paid, I'm actually subservient, even though it should be the opposite way around. So that, anyway, there's just these weird, very arbitrary, just behaviours and patterns that people get used to, and so they then become reluctant to certain things. So like the idea of installing a custom mod to AC, right, tracks, it literally is. You now have a website, Overtake, which has almost all the tracks on it. You go track, it's got a star rating, tells you if it's shit or not, download, and then you drag it over a window. Like, car, type in the car, oh, it's there, download, drag it in. So the comments you see online, which are really weird comments, people go, oh, you don't know if it's a good quality car or not. And it's like, well, none of the cars in any of the Sims drive actually like any car. And does it matter if it's fun to drive? And how long does it take you to drag a car in, and within 30 seconds you can test it to see if it drives. So it doesn't even matter. It's just it's people create these like obstacles to then make that argument. I don't know what that argument is. That it's actually really strange. It's like it is a sort of that people want to buy something and for it to be in a package, and then they'll enjoy it more because they're so conditioned to that process of purchasing, I think, and structure and hierarchy. Hang on, what's going on here? Did it just restart quality? We'll do a race, guys. It's super strange. Well, yeah, I mean, if you don't notice AMS2's super weird physics, then it's a really nice, easy sim to use. Looks nice, runs nice in VR, has better AI and stuff. But I think if you're a moderately fast driver, the way that you have to drive in AMS2 is a bit of a chore. So that's kind of what ruins it. For me, it makes me motion sick. So that's an even bigger problem. I didn't know you could move this. Interesting point. I mainly use iRacing just for the endurance aspect. Yeah, no, for endurance racing, LMU's probably better now. But yeah, no, I totally get why if you want to do, you've got a team and you just want to do like one of the big events that iRacing does. They're really well done. So I mean, I have had a lot of fun playing iRacing. Oh no! I mean, I'm sorry. I just did a little bit there. I just killed everyone.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, but you don't need to buy any mods. This is the other thing with AC. It's super strange. It's like, because it has mods, this is the same thing that happens with Flight Sim as well. Because it has mods, people go, oh, you have to buy all these mods, and it ends up being... I know you weren't saying this, but I'm just saying it's a common argument on the internet. It's really weird. It's the same with Train Sim and what have you. It's like... it's like if you don't have to buy any of the mods for AC. Also, people just ignore all the defaults. I know I have to... it depends on the replay. So the replay is like X amount of time. The replay window starts the replay and then finishes it early. So basically, I actually have to wait like 10 seconds after the accident before I push the replay. So that's just blame my editor. But yeah, I mean, how many people? Ow! Excuse me. How many people? Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get out of the way. How many people have played through the cars that are in AC? Like, this Lotus 49 is stock content. You could drive this car on all the base tracks in the game for hours. I was going to let you through because I blocked him. Oh, he's in the wall. Oh! Yeah, structurally, what's a shame is that there's no way for people to create a server with a free car and then people can join without buying mods. I think that's a really important thing, so that people that have bought it can still race against people that don't want to buy stuff. What do you mean trash map? This is amazing. trash map. Oh dear. You got bugged in a corner. Well, don't go in the corner. You could have sat there and enjoyed the grass. You should have learned to appreciate the lawn. Well, why did you get in? Should have thought about that before you went in. It's highly realistic, this. It's simulating driving a 60s car into a hedge. Bucket in a car. Ah! I forgot I was reading chat. Well, Race Room's always been super weird. Like, it's just so weird. Like, Race Room had an opportunity to be as popular as LMU is now. Like, if they'd put it, like, it's so weird to me. All they needed to do was run MX5, F3, and DTM. Oh, they could have run GT3 as well. MX5, they didn't even need MX5. Or they could have got rid of the F3. It could be MX5, GT3, and DTM, right? And that's this ranked servers they would run. And they put people in splits, and they just run them on the big popular tracks. And yeah, that's it. And then make it, and then offer the package to get into the game for super cheap, which they did. Like, but the thing is, what would happen is, what ruins these online ranked server systems is the developers don't necessarily have the resources initially to do the online service stuff. But even when they try doing it, what you get is the player base that are the super hardcore mega fans of that video game or that service, right? And they play it every single day for like 5 hours or something. And so they get bored and they go, there's all these cars and all these tracks, and all you ever do is run these cars and tracks. You need to run a different series. I'm getting bored, right? And that's the thing is, that's the core user base, but they have to ignore them because those people are the people with too much free time. What it needs to be is that it's like, until you've got all through the day at least 3 splits of 20 cars, you can't add any more series. That's it. And you just have to keep the cars, and you should only run, basically to start with, the most popular stuff, which would be MX5 on Spa, Silverstone, you know, like whatever, and GT3 on the most popular tracks. That's it. And then people are playing it for the racing, they're not playing it for the content. But oh yeah, it's so stupid. And then you do the special events. It's really not hard. It's, oh god. Yeah, so Race Room, when it launched, it had some really nice cars and tracks and content, and the actual driving and stuff is great. Force feedback is fine. All the basics were there. Netcode's great. But to buy it, you actually, like, you could buy it through Steam, but then you'd have random packs. But then you could also buy VRP, and then you could also buy it. It was just already it's just like, what is going on? Like, why? What do you buy? And they didn't have a ranked multiplayer, so it wasn't structured. One of the really big things with ranked racing that works well is you go, this is what's running in the ranked racing. So if you buy the ranked racing pack, you know you're going to be able to play it. You have to present people with an actual game. Car comes out of the hedge. Yeah, no, Race Room is really really weird how absolutely Race Room could have been doing what LMU's doing now. And it's right, the thing is as well that's crazy with all these things, you've had iRacing giving a really obvious example. It's not like there weren't any examples. like all the most popular servers back in the day were literally just people driving SO City with the Fox car over and over and over again, and BLGP on Live for Speed. They weren't going, oh, I want a different track, I want a different car. Counter-Strike, most people just play Dust 2. That's it. Dust 2 with 6 weapons, that's it. Even R-Factor 1, it was basically like the Megam Trophy servers, or the very basic servers that were just consistently running the same sort of 5 or 6 tracks in one car. And then iRacing, the GT3 was always popular, or stuff like the Skippy. Approachable car to drive on obvious tracks. That's what most people have time to do. Oh God, oh my goodness. I'm Australian. well, that was good. That's a very fast lap there. The thing is, you never know what's going on the publisher side with these developers. A lot of the time, the dev team, they know exactly what the right thing to do is, but then whoever controls the actual money and the overall decisions can often like mandate that something else happens or you can't do something. And so it's really frustrating for game developers. Like the people working on the game absolutely know what will be better, but the corporates don't have a clue. And this happens with loads of like video games. And pretty much all the best video games is like an accident. Like RBR, corporate had no idea that their dev team was like spontaneously decided to make like an epic rally simulator. Corporate would have been like, oh, this is a waste of resources and time. Please don't. Just make a simple rally game and let's get it out sooner. For sure. But they just had mental people working on it. GoldenEye, like the multiplayer stuff in GoldenEye was just because you had mental people working on it, and they're like, oh, that'd be fun. And they wanted to make themselves look good because they were gullible young workers that didn't realise that the company would basically steal all the wealth off them. So they were actually really badly exploited by Rare. But the publisher wouldn't have given them permission to do the multiplayer. They'd have gone, oh no, we don't really need that. You know, we've got the license. We just need to get the single player stuff out. That's good enough. But so much stuff in gaming is like that. I think AC Rally's very like RAM sensitive. It's a weird Unreal Engine stuff. These tracks are very hard. This track is very hard to read, chat and drive at the same time. Oh dear. You really have to know these tracks so well to be able to read, chat and drive. This is a really nice track though. It's got some super tricky corners, but yeah, but Skeets, a lot of people mistake a game using the RAM that's available with it being badly optimized. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it's well optimized, but there's a really common thing in video games where people go, "Oh, this game's using so much VRAM. What a shit game! It needs to use less VRAM." And it's like, no. Actually, you'd want the game to use the VRAM that's available. So it's not, I mean, ideally, a game doesn't necessarily need to, if you see what I'm saying. But there's a meme with in PC gaming, this sort of VRAM obsession. The issue is if a game has to use the VRAM. And then people don't have enough. That is a problem. But if you've got a high-end graphics card with shitloads of VRAM, it makes more sense for the game to stick stuff in VRAM than for it to put it elsewhere. Or same with system RAM. Like if you have 64 gig or 100 gig of system RAM, it makes a lot of sense for the game to just absolutely stick shitloads of stuff in the RAM, rather than having less RAM usage and it having to update off the hard drive more often. Oh God. There's always like little concrete blocks everywhere. This is a well hard track to do well. Yeah, the problem with Unreal Engine is it allows developers to make bad decisions. The reality is, if a developer's using Unreal, they need to not use a lot of its features. And if they do use some of its features, they have to then use them really, really carefully. Unreal presents itself as if they don't need to consider it. Steel Horse Live. Hello. Steel Horse. He's a horse and he's made of metal. He even listens to heavy metal. He can't go near magnets, or his feet get stuck to the magnets. He's a horse, a steel horse. He's the hardest horse in the world. But he can't jump because he's too heavy. Thanks for the raid, Steel Horse. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome along, guys. We're just driving vintage tracks here. We're gonna change the track here. That was a disaster. Well done, Sapper, Jan McRissos, myself, Freemaner. Let's go for something a bit more chill. I mean, that was quite chill, but the track was mental. Yeah, the Unreal thing's just it's weird because it's ever since Unreal 5, I think it was, is when it started getting really stupid. Because do you remember all the games that ran on Unreal, the 2006 Unreal Engine, 2004, and it ran amazing on mid systems. Yeah, say hi in chat so we can give you a shout out, please. What's missing in AC1? There's a curbing issue with the physics. The pit limiter is always forced on by default in the pit lanes. The netcode has rowboating. There's some like spikes and stuff in the force feedback, which you can fix. But in the default force feedback, some like weird spike things that happen. There's a bunch of stuff you can do to cheat. Yeah, the AI is rubbish. There's loads of stuff that would have been amazing for Kunos to do instead of doing ACC and Evo, but oh well. I'm just thinking of a nice car we can go with. A nice car. Nice car. Oh, let's try this. We never drive this. Let's try and do something we never drive. Well, it's a good game if you host a server and you race people. But yeah, if you in terms of like single player racing, single player, yeah, I wouldn't even describe it as a sandbox in that sense, really. I mean, it is, but it's good. Yeah, it's just weird. Here we go. Just getting the server up here. There we go, server's up, guys. The thing is, until another sim comes out that like basically has the fundamental tyre physics like Live for Speed or AC or AMS1 that's like drivable, not that it's just drivable, along with the force feedback that describes where the tyres are at the limit. And then you'd need like open modding available so people can make tracks and stuff for it easily and other content. Until that comes out, I don't know how you beat something like AC, or what would be the point in using it. I mean, BeamNG is kind of that, but it just doesn't have the tyre physics. And BeamNG is like what I would describe as a true sandbox. That's an absolute sandbox. Yeah, so I don't know how you really beat something like AC, because if you try and make something with better physics, it then gets too complicated to make stuff for it. It's the kind of problem you see with Counter-Strike. It's too much work to make a map, so you just don't get as much modding as you would for old Counter-Strike games, or those type of first-person shooters. The only thing I can see happening is like more competitive online races, because I think you'll always have you could make a competitive online sim racer for Formula 1 with, do you know what I mean? And then people would play that. So you need an IP like the GT3, F1, something like that, and then you need to make it a really focused simulator with the online and the ranking, and that's a video game. It's like Rocket League. That's a video game. Or I could see that someone could make an actual single-player game. It could have worse physics than AC or other title, but if it has like a good AI and a structure, again, there'd be a reason to play it. As soon as you're like trying to compete directly with something that already exists, you have to do something better to justify why you would use it. Yeah, to beat AC1 now, it's not even like, let's say you're an independent developer and you're like, right, I mean, maybe with AI you could, in a sense, you could develop a simulator with basic Pajenka physics and have it be open, but you would still struggle. You would still struggle for like the whole just building up the content, building up the engine. Like even if you're using AI as an assistant to help you program, it's 10 years of like polish. Even, so, and that's just very hard to beat without doing 10 years of polish yourself. Yeah, I think AC will keep going, really. Well, that's it, Cat Debate, but that's why I think they need to do ranked racing, because you can justify that as a developer, and you can say, oh, it's an online game service and you need to subscribe to access the servers. and then that justifies it. From their perspective, they did. From their perspective, they've developed the time model for ACC. They took the AC time model and physics. They made it more advanced. They got better data. They did more. They put more work into car systems and how it all operates. So ACC is a development on top of AC. It is an improvement. Like they made the pit stops and stuff more work better and all these things. The problem is it drives worse. So unfortunately it's just more complicated to make a physics simulator. It might be technically better, but the end result can still be worse. It's complicated. There's no such thing as like. It's just a model. So technically, AC1 will be technically worse than ACC. Like it's just less advanced. So technically, it's got less variables, less things simulated. They'll probably have for sure there'll be stuff in AC that's like cheesy. From a simulation perspective, it'll be sort of shortcut ways of doing things, or more shortcut ways of doing things than what's in ACC or Evo. But so from a developer's perspective, it's a worse simulator. But the thing is, the end result is what matters. So it's like a magic trick, right? You can have a magic trick that viewers watch and they're tricked by it, but magicians would look at it and go, that's not a very good way of making a magic trick. Like we all know what you've used some really tired methods to produce the effect you've produced, or you might have even used convoluted things to produce an effect that could have been better. But the thing is, a magician could do like the dumbest shit ever if the end result was that the magic trick looked absolutely amazing to the end person watching the magic trick, and like it absolutely looked like the person walked through the wall or floated around, but it literally just turns out the magician had strings on them and they just used basic lighting and some silly movement. If it looks like they're flying around, who bloody cares? If 99.9% of the audience were like, oh shit, that guy was flying and they fell for it, it really seemed like that. It doesn't matter to the audience if they used strings with a person pulling the magician versus 40 million pound hydraulic arms and computer laser guided projectors to hide everything, right? All that matters is the end result. A lot of people forget this with a lot of stuff, and a lot of people that make the pie, businesses do this a lot. They get lost in the technology, the production, not the end result. I can go both ways as well, but Jason Murphy, you literally could make flat curbs on the tracks to fix that issue, and that's what iRacing do. iRacing actually has the same physics issue, and you notice it more now since they've added 3D curbing. You notice how much it affects things. LMU actually has the issue as well, funnily enough. But I don't think in LMU, I don't think it's from the contact point. I think it's a suspension problem. So it seems that curbing issue is a result of a single contact point, or however the tyre model works. It could be, I'm sure it could happen with other tyre models, but it's also produced or an issue due to how simulators do suspension. So yeah, the weird thing is not just modelling flat curbs, because that fixes it. iRacing's just it's just a preemptive driving simulator. Everything you break everything down into a bobsled, and then it makes sense when you've done that. Oh, look at this car! I don't think we've ever driven this. Evo, unfortunately, at the moment, Evo has massive issues with it doesn't have proper neutral steer. The braking into a corner is great, and the way the cars turn in is great from braking, but they don't hold slip naturally, and the on throttle behaviour is totally messed up, which I'm sure they're aware of. It seems to be really hard for more complicated tyre models to do the slip behaviour at the limit naturally. Whereas if you've got like an empirical model, like a Pajenka model, or just a more simple model, it's a lot easier for the developers to just adjust the tyre parameters to make sure the cars then have the behaviour. If you have like... So even AMS1 has, I think Niels was saying, 30 parameters, and a lot of Pajenka-based models have like 60 parameters. You could just use 3 parameters, but so it's up to you how many you use. But so even that is quite complicated, right? But imagine how many parameters the more complicated models have. And if it's a finite element tyre model, basically it's a whole tyre that's like virtually like simulated tyre, the whole tyre carcass is simulated. Well, then that's something you can't just look at one aspect and adjust it. The whole tyre has to be adjusted all the time. So, well, I'll give it a go, Skeetster. We'll give it a go this evening. The problem is I get motion sick from it because of the camera in the game. Oh yeah, no draw. You have to become a member. Oh, I thought you guys just wanted to listen to the sound of the car. You know, I wanted to make the blind viewers feel welcome. They didn't notice any difference. They were like, "This is totally normal stream." Most of our viewers aren't looking at the screen; they're just listening whilst they do something useful with their lives. I don't think so, Evo, Baddie. I don't think it's going to take a long time for them to do a lot of performance stuff to Evo. But I do like, the thing is, I actually quite like some aspects of the physics in Evo. I quite like. My wheels on 750 in Moza and 900 in the game. I have to run steering a bit faster with Sims because it stops me getting a lot of shoulder issues and wrist issues like that. Some Sims allow you to change the steering speed, but some don't, so you just change the wheel rotation speed. Yeah, we might do. I thing is, I just I find it hard to get into doing stuff. Like LFM's quite good on AC, and World Sim Series is always dead whenever I look at it. These Lotuses look really nice, you know. Lotus, are they out of business? The road car side, but the Lotus road cars look well nice. They have like they have the interior of them is like sort of like McLaren quality level. You know, it looks really nice, stitching and stuff, but I think they're quite a bit cheaper than McLarens. Yeah, I mean, I normally turn the steering wheel off totally, but when I'm live streaming, people like to see the wheel on the screen. I saw that they had that electric Lotus that they showed it at Goodwood like 2 or 3 years ago, and they had Jensen Button promoting it. And you could tell that Jensen Button just didn't have any interest in it at all. It's quite funny. Yeah, this is locking up with like hardly any brake input. Yeah, for streaming modes to happen, the difficulty is you need the game to. Things you can actually do that with AC. There's an OBS plugin which renders a separate view from the game to OBS, so you can show different views. But the difficulty is it requires your computer has to render that view. Yeah, we are. It should be working for you. Other people are in the server. Yeah, so a bunch of VR games had that alternate render mode. So that's how people do those. You know, where they're playing in a room and they've got a green screen around them, and then so the game renders that view so that in the video you can see where they are placed in the 3D world, which is a lot more comfortable to watch than seeing their head view. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. Music's awesome. Reggae muscle. What are we? What are we? I don't know what the lyrics are in reggae music, but that's for some reason that was in my head. What a be? What a be? I need to listen to some reggae. It's been a long time. Don't know why that was what was in my head. What a be? What a be? What a be? One love. A bit of is it Bob Marley? This car's a bit stubborn. Maybe we need some setup tweaks on this. Has anyone made a setup? I don't think I like this car. I don't think I like this car. Send your setup, Alien. Oh, he has. Adam already has. It's a bit of a weird car. It's what we get for trying a different car. Yeah, I've driven that before that. I wanted to try a car that we've not really played. I use Adam's setup. Feels a bit better. There you go. It's turning. It's turning. Yeah, the thing with Lotuses, they're normally quite nice for just moving around. Quite balanced cars, I think. What a disaster. Yeah, it's a bit of a sloppy car, that. Oh well, we'll do the race. We got tea, that's all that matters. I think BeamNG is good fun, but it's not really... the physics around the limit aren't that good. I know they're working on a new tyre model. I think it's a fun game. It's the missions and stuff are really good in it. But yeah, just it's good for people that like road cars and the crashing and just messing around. It's good for what Red does. It's really good. I'm too picky on my physics. But I do think the other thing is it makes me a bit motion sickness. I know there's some camera settings you can do. Beam's really good for just going through all the missions it's got though, and they've got this the single player thing they've got's good. Here we go. Bit late on my brakes there. This is literally a road car. It's quite funny. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, everyone else understands. It's alright. It's so heavy. It goes over just the weight of the vehicle. Pushes the tyres over as you go through the corner. Oh no, I threw it out. Sorry. Conked him. New door for him. The car's a tank. Yeah, when you go over the tyres as well, it keeps sliding for ages. See the car in front there, just slipping a little bit. Sapper, it's got his name on the number plate. Toka Boca. See, these cars are designed for people that just don't really do track stuff, but they want to feel like they're going quite fast. Oh, you can feel the weight. It feels like a lead balloon of a car. I've been at real world track days before, and there'd be people with Lotuses that driving them really, really slowly. It's fine, having fun doesn't really matter, but it's just, you know, they spent a lot of money on the car, and they're not really. They could be driving a Ford Focus or something. But I don't know. Maybe they just enjoy how it feels and it looks nice. So. I can see how it'd be really fun to just get a car like this and just sort of power out of corners, enjoy the track, have a lap time you want to try and do for yourself. I don't think you're that likely to get a situation where you're gonna suddenly bin the car into a wall, you know. Even sliding in like really shitty real cars just is quite satisfying, I think. Hello, it's a Lotus something. I can't remember which one it is. Is it Evora maybe? I don't know. It's a Lotus. It's got a sat nav in it, so you know it's legit. See, in the real car, the braking and stuff will feel really nice and subtle. And so even if you're not at the limit, just like driving this car into a corner, braking and feeling the tyres load up, and I think that'd be really nice with the Lotus, and like also for just driving on normal roads. You know, that sort of initial poise would be probably quite satisfying, I'd imagine. Well, I think the problem, Loose Wheel, is that it's mostly really subtle stuff in a road car. It's just too subtle, yeah, for simulators. You really would need like a full-on motion rig and really amazing force feedback, and then you need like really good handling dynamics that have crazy depth but at quite low speed. Everything in a sim is always like 100 times more dull than any real car. It's like an F1 car in a racing simulator is like a rental go-kart in real life. Seatbelt tensioner helps actually quite a bit, to be fair. I mean, it depends how they're driven. From what I've seen, VFX, like they're controllable. In the slides, like they're easy to drift around. They're just balanced from what I've seen. But then again, I mean, I think most real cars are actually very controllable. But yeah, from what I understand, Lotus is just sort of like MX-5 type. Controllability makes sense. That's what people say. You have to watch onboards. I think that was the reputation of Lotus, was that the cars were just very nice and balanced and very controllable on the steering, on the pedals. If you go on to do a track day with road car tyres and you really push, like any car's going to be controllably slidey. But just if you watch Skip Barber going faster, just being able to hold a drift in that car, just constantly hold a drift non-stop. Yeah, well, you know, Ludgergen. I mean, you could argue that if a rich person buys a really luxury car, then that asset is probably taxed at a reasonable high amount, and people that work in those industries that money's going back into the economy. So weirdly, expensive cars and stuff isn't necessarily, it's more a symptom of the problem. I mean, compared to, like, let's say money that's gone into rental properties, and then that's just increased the value of rental properties, which then means that people that don't have wealth have to spend all their money on servicing the rental property. So it's just, so I mean, it's more of a absolute filth there. It's a lot of economic stuff is to do with, like, structure of finances. Well, the thing is, there's a lot of socialism for corporations. I said that corporate socialism is a really big thing. So Beautiful. Well done myself. I won that fair and square. Alan second. Jan McRisson third. Jay Murphy fourth. Sapper fifth. C. Dory sixth. El Jongni. I can't even read his name. Jongni in seventh. But he's dead, so I don't know what's going on there. Right, should we do another one? I think everyone's fallen asleep. Hey, Diner, thank you. Didn't you? Thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like what you'll find with anything, isn't it? If you have a group of people in power, they'll do whatever to stay in power, and it might be like quite a large number of people. And they might not even be very aggressively trying to stay in power, but they're just like, oh, I want to maintain what I've got. And so it kind of all just goes into a system that, you know, means that if anyone threatens the existing structure that some people are benefiting from, the existing structure will attack anyone or anything that potentially could change it for good or bad. Like some people, there will definitely be parts of like stability or there'll be things happening in whatever in any country or economy or whatever. There'll be things in the existing structure that are really good, that are actually useful and beneficial, but there'll also be things that are not good and terrible. But it doesn't really matter. It's just a case of whatever potentially threatens the existing structure, threatens it in a good way or a bad way, will be dealt with. Like you could have someone, you could have a structure that exists with a bunch of people that are doing well from it at the expense of lots of other people, but it doesn't matter. There's a group of people doing really well, and you could have someone that basically wants to do the same thing, but they just want to be in a position of power. And so the structure that exists will try and protect it from this person, even though this person is wanting to do mostly the same thing as what already exists. Or you could have someone that wants to completely dismantle this structure, so that person would be attacked. or you could have someone that just wants to do something slightly different. You know, there's like a sort of inertia to everything. And right, let me get another server up here. Let's see what we got. I mean, you actually see these things in video games, right? Let's say people do it in defense of video games. So let's say another game comes out that's better than iRacing, cheaper, does functionally a very similar thing. The people that are currently already paying for iRacing and are just used to it, a large number of people would absolutely try to, would defend the existing thing that they're used to, purely out of it being a habitual thing that they're used to and they're comfortable with. Even when it's absolutely not in their interests and they are the ones being exploited, there'd be like a new game came out, a new racing sim came out that was, let's say hypothetically, was absolutely better. It would struggle, even if it was absolutely better. Well, I wouldn't say PMR is absolutely better. PMI has a lot of issues with it. But there is definitely a weird tribal thing as well for attacking PMR. But I think there's another thing going on there where you have people that want to be intellectually lazy, and so they want to simplify things into, oh, the majority of people say this is shit, or the majority of people say that this is really good, or the popular people say this is shit, or the popular people say this is really good. And so they want to be part of that. They don't want to actually invest their own time in trying something out and coming to their own views. So what they then do is they will be like, right, politically, effectively, this thing is shit because the popular people are saying it's shit. So they're just going to say it's shit as well. Or, politically, this is the thing that's popular. I've not tried it out myself, but I'm going to say it's really good. Don't know either way. But politically, it's popular. The popular people have said it's popular, so it's good. So there's a lot of that as well with a lot of issues, and yeah, you see it in video games as well. The problem with PMR, the initial marketing suggesting that it would be an actual polished title, not an early access game. The initial price suggesting that it would be a polished, thanks for subscribing, Taco, an actual polished game rather than early access. And then the fact that it technically it runs worse than Project Cars and doesn't drive. I don't think it's got terrible physics. So there's aspects to the physics that are quite good and quite interesting. And even the online racing, there's aspects to it that are quite good, but it's not like substantive. It's not like on an absolute another level of graphics, driving, multiplayer, you know? I've never said that Evo is absolutely terrible. The problem with Evo is Evo's a lot further ahead than Project Cars, and also they haven't marketed it as being a finished title, and it's not too expensive either. The problem with Evo is, at this point in time, it's still worse than AC1. It runs worse. It looks... I think some of the graphics are really nice. Some aspects of the physics are better than AC1, especially like complexity and stuff. The audio is really nice. There's good content in there. But functionally, from a player's perspective, there's no reason to play it over AC1 really, unless you didn't know about AC1. And it doesn't just not running well is a massive problem, I think, with modern games. That's my biggest problem with PMR as well, and even Rensport to some degree. Like if those games all ran really quickly, be a lot less resistance for getting into them. I'm just getting a server up, guys. No, the force feedback's not better than AC1 for a multitude of reasons. People, if someone thinks that Evo has better force feedback than AC1, it's because they don't like detailed force feedback. Red Eye Warrior! Hello. Thanks for the raid! Red-Eyed Warrior, here he is. Red-Eyed Warrior, he'll fix your electricity. Red-Eyed Warrior, he's super fast. And his penis is mega big. There you go. Thanks for the raid. Just getting another server up here. Here we go. How's it going, man? Alright, so if you wanted to, oh, why is this not working? If you wanted to like, oh, that's not what I selected. Oh, server's loading. You'd have to define what you mean by better. If you can't just say better. So you have to, if you're going to say, oh, this I like this thing more than this thing, you have to say in what way. So you can absolutely say for telling you where the tyres are at, Evo has less detailed force feedback than AC. for initial turning and sort of counter steer, very strong counter steer, Evo has stronger sort of counter steer self-aligning force than AC. It's got less detail in it, but it's stronger. So if you're someone that's maybe not that good at driving particularly, or balancing the tyres, or you struggle with just keep catching the rear, having a very strong self-aligning, from your perspective, can make the force feedback seem better. A lot of newer drivers focus on the self-aligning part of force feedback because they struggle with losing the rear of the car. If you some drivers really latch onto that sensation of when you brake, the force feedback does a tug for the loading, and then they think that's the braking, and then so they go, oh, that's better force feedback, but it could just be like a single load. You're baiting. No, I'm just saying though, it's like people have to define what they say with things. They often don't. I quite like the driving in Evo myself. We'll pop it on again in a bit because there was an update apparently, and we'll have a little go. But I actually don't. I like the hooked up. It's like with iRacing. I think it's really satisfying in a simulator. You know, when the tyres hook up. You know, when you like brake and it hooks up, or like if you turn the wheel a little bit and the car responds immediately. I think that's really satisfying. That's like from a basic gameplay perspective. When the object in the video game responds to what you're doing, that's more fun. That's kind of the point of a video game. Yeah, I know. I kind of agree, Jason. But the problem is that you drive at the limit, isn't it? That's the. It's like I think you could make the same argument for iRacing. Much of iRacing's physics is better than AC under the limit. Like the poise of the vehicles, the lift-off oversteer, the initial rotation, the downforce, how hooked up the downforce is. But as soon as you get to the limit, the physics break, and the problem is that you're driving at the limit. So that's kind of why I think AC's got away with, in many ways, having worse physics. It's just that the tyres' behaviour at the limit ends up being very natural. All right, Jan, thank you. Why is Red Eye Warrior not joined us in our races? What's he doing? I hope he's doing well. I haven't seen him online, but he just raids us and runs away. He's probably having a smoke. These cost £1 from the corner shop. McVitie's shorted £1.35. Should have been like 30p. I've been exploited. Look at those clouds. They'd be nice clouds for gliding. We might have to do some gliding. I keep saying it and we never do. I genuinely think if they did if they made iRacing's tyres behave more like AMS1 or AC or Live for Speed at the Limit, but they kept the rest of the physics, that for me would probably be the ultimate sim. I think I'd enjoy the driving more than AC. Like, there's lots of situations where the car, LMU has the same problem as well. There's lots of situations where the cars just feel stiff, a bit reluctant. The force feedback can make up for that though. Like with AC and LMU, by having force feedback have variation in it, it helps make the cars feel a little bit more active. This car drives quite nice though. Like, this car actually rotates quite nicely. What's super weird in iRacing as well, the MX-5 on the cold tyres is way nicer to drive for the first lap or two. Like, it's really rotaty, but it's really fun. And then the tyres go normal, and then it actually gets stiff. So you would have thought it would kind of be the opposite. Like, I think what it is that the tyres are cold, so they have less grip, so it can rotate easier. But you would have thought the tyres have more grip, so it can overcome the diff, or it has more bite, so when you turn in, it responds. But yeah, Sims are just weird. Yeah, I mean, LMU does have that bit of a sort of flat slidiness to it, more than AC and more than iRacing. It's more like LMU's actually reminds me quite a bit of Race Room, which is quite funny, given that Race Room has a way more simple tyre model. Yeah, super weird. I would like... The real question now, and the real thing that needs to happen, is for Microsoft Flight Sim to get Condor glider physics. No one in sim racing cares. Oh, we've got 11 cars in here. Look at this. Beautiful. Oh man, my foot hurts so much, guys. I might take some ibuprofen. I can't believe I smashed it so hard. Apex. Well, I tell you, I can tell you, I know exactly how the iRacing car will handle. It will be like under the limit, it will want to rotate really nicely, but as soon as you get to the limit, it will get really sloppy. And the way that you'll have to drive the iRacing one is to go into the corner, and then all the turning is done by how hard you're trail braking. And you'll hold the wheel at a set angle. So it will probably drive pretty similar to this car, but it will be more active, more rotatey initially, but then require you won't be able to do stuff on the steering once it's into the corner. That's iRacing physics. Every single vehicle in iRacing, every single vehicle drives like that. You have to sort of coast it through the corner on the trail brake. But, oh well. I don't even want to try it. I don't even want to. I've not got an active subscription on iRacing. I banged my foot on my banister. No, Trev Kennett is pretty much the physics model. All the developers have really good data for the cars, really good data for all the components and everything, especially for like track day cars. Like iRacing have very good data. They have good tyre data, they have all that. They do a good job on the models. It's the fundamental. It's mostly time model is the problem. Everything drives the same in every sim. Like every car in LMU drives like an LMU car. Every car in AC drives like an AC car. Every car in iRacing drives like an iRacing car. It all comes down to the tyre model. You can have some cars that are a lot worse, but they're worse within the same fundamental. It's like if you've got a cake, if you put flour that's gone off in it, that's going to ruin the old cake. Or if you put mouldy eggs, in your cake, you could do all the other ingredients, but the mouldy eggs, everything's going to taste of mouldy egg. If you have really fresh eggs, you're fine. It's that Italian, the Italian cuisine thing. Like you need fresh ingredients, and then, yeah, there you go. It's the base. You can put those ingredients together in different ways, but look at this. Sapper's poning it. This car's super nice to drive. Well, I normally check before when I crack my eggs. I crack them on the table. My eggs are normally fresh though. So water egg. Where are you getting your eggs from? Water eggs are us. Right, maybe it depends on the car. Some cars like you to shift really early, and some like you to shift really late. Well, you might have. So what tends to happen is you have a car that happens to fall in line with the physics engine, but unfortunately, GT7, the car, the tyres just turn off at the limit, but it's very sloppy. Evo, the cars don't have proper controllable neutral steer and throttle behaviour. PMR's not the worst. It's quite floaty though, but it's relatively balanced. But it's also got the same physics exploit that you can do in AMS2. AC's like really neutral around the limit, but yeah, put it this way: the best car in any of those simulators is worse than pretty much every car in AC, or Live for Speed, or AMS1. Unfortunately, if it like. Just because the time models in those games are just don't function correctly. I can't think of a single car in Evo, PMR, P-Cars, GT7 that drives better than pretty much everything in AC. Or like, naturally is balanced, doesn't have like a huge physics hole. Same thing happens with flight sims. There's not a single plane in Microsoft Flight Simulator, a small plane, I don't know about jet planes, I don't really fly them. There's not a single plane that's better than planes in X-Plane or DCS. They're still fun, but the physics just aren't there. So yeah, it's not that they're just different. It's like they absolutely just are missing dynamics. Sapper's too bloody quick. With, murder Sapper here. Can we put some washing up liquid in his fuel tank? Woo! Makabawi! We've done that. We've bananaed him. Tayson's gone to bed. They don't have the stamina. The stamina's lost. Stamina in the bin. Beautiful. Oh, how are they so quick? It's in my home track as well. Ambient lighting rig. Is that so you can bring a woman back to your sim rig and go, look at the romantic sim lighting? Oh, it's so pretty. I thought you were a loser nerd that spent too much time in racing simulators. But since I've seen this ambient lighting, you've changed my mind, and now I'm convinced that sim racing's the greatest thing ever. Will you marry me? Is that the plan? Probably. I think it'll work. Oh, we're getting faster here. Not when it's got ambient lighting on it, can't debate. Oh, we've got to find 8. Almost a second, bloody hell. Nice drift. Slice! He sliced us.
Gratrese.
Thank you, Timbo Slice. King Timbo Slice. Appreciate the support. Very generous. Timbo Slice bankruptcy's on the way. His accountant's going to tell him to stop wasting so much money on this channel. Appreciate it. £10. That's a bucket of salmon. That's a bucket of tuna. Yeah, we have this. Hang on. All hail Timbo Slice. Blessed be Timbo Slice, killer of kings, the greatest king to have ever lived, the most joyous of occasions, a new king. Blessed be the king. May he reign for all time. Every time there's a new king. Oh, the greatest king. I'm ready. I'm ready. Alan has a hack setup. I don't trust his setups. I'm gonna go for it. But we might die. Mega Slurp. Here we go. They're all there. I normally just use... There's a couple of setups I normally use. Trev Kane, what you have to do is you have to make sure it's not too hot for the milk to go off. You have to put some cold water after you put the hot water in. You noob! Everyone knows that. Here we go. Oh! Car in the wall behind us. Look at these lines, absolute filth. Pure Druids action here. And this is my first time driving this track, never driven it before. Is this a famous track? Came across a grass line there. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Can't debate. Don't worry. Delete the evidence. Stop the count. I know, it always happens. This is ground gliding though. How is Alan so quick? Like, I think he's driving using a dance mat. Too much faster. I'm doing good laps here. Oh, got one more lap. There's not much more time to be got out of this track. Maybe like 2 or 3 tenths. Well, he's had less biscuits than me, so it gives a massive advantage to him. Think how much ballast I'm carrying. Absolute disgrace. I can't believe we couldn't beat him on our own home track. A little bit too much fuel, but not too much. Good driving there. Nice one. No, we shouldn't do that in case people's wrists break. Oh, that's a nice view of Druids there. Oh, good driving, guys. That's good fun. What am I going to do now? I think I need a break from AC. I think I need a bit of a break from AC. That's good. Good driving. We're going to check the Caterham out in... to say it was updated in Evo. So we need to check that out. Well done, Alan, with the win. Myself second. Sapper third. J Murphy in fourth, G Marshall in fifth, C Dory in sixth place, and S Gambit in seventh. Timbo Slice in 8th. Yeah, they're quite a good, nice glider fly. I kind of want to do some glider flying as well and do force feedback profile for gliding. So what we're doing, we're checking out Evo update. Good racing though, guys. Thanks everyone that joined in. It was good fun. I don't think it's that hard. It's the same as this, I think. Evo. I'm going to check out this Evo update. I need to move my camera up actually as well. I need some ibuprofen. My foot is hurting so much. I think I might have actually broken my foot. When did we do it? Early yesterday morning, and it's still aching. Proper weird, like bone ache. Not like, oh, it's bruised or I've cut it. It's like it feels like broken bone. Maybe it's like a tiny hairline fracture or something. It just feels really bad. It feels wonked. Oh well, we'll keep driving on it. I'm sure that'll make it heal faster. Evo. Evo. Here we go.
Activating profile.
It didn't feel like it was broken. So if it is, it'll just be like a really like, you know, like just knock the bone or something. It's possible they just like cut the muscle or something as well. But it moves. There's no like movement issue. It just feels like super weird. It like, you know, if you ever break your bones in your wrist, you've got lots of little. There's like little bones here. You can break them really easy, or like hairline fracture them. And yeah, there's a specific feeling you get when you break bones. That sometimes it doesn't necessarily hurt that much, but there's a weird awkwardness to it. It feels like that. Not that it makes a difference, but just I'll just keep whinging about it. I'm sure it'll get better. As I'm a fellow Brit and someone who's follically challenged, I would like to express that there, in fact, certain advantages to having this supposed. Oh yeah, we can put helmets on well easy, and we're just cool. And weirdly, women do like it, which is kind of funny. So actually, strangely, yeah, I found women like it. It's very weird. I guess some are maybe massively repulsed by it, but yeah, 200 haircuts over the years. Exactly. Exactly, Michael. Perfect. That's it. I mean, that. If you think how much a haircut costs, right? ChatGPT. Let's burn down some trees to get the answers. Here we go. Come on, ChatGPT. If you are a bald man and you shave your own head, how much money would you likely save in the UK over 10 years of not needing professional haircuts? Here we go, guys. You ready? The data. Get on it, computer. Calculating. A typical men's barber cut is £18 to £25, £20 to £24 now. If you're bald and just clip and shave your own head, you avoid most of it. It depends mainly how often you go. Every 4 weeks, every 3 weeks, every 2. Who goes to the hairdressers every 2 weeks? Are they insane? Weekly, very tidy fade top. Well, I ain't doing that. You don't go to hairdressers every month. Hang on. Assuming you go to the hairdressers, you go to hairdressers every 2 months? How often do people go to the bloody hairdressers? I think I used to go like once every 2 or 3 months. I don't go every bloody week. What's wrong with people? Hairdressers must be billionaires. Let's say every 2 months for a man. Every 2 months. 6 times a year. That sounds about right. That seems a lot, though. Just grow your hair. £1,200 over 10 years. Okay, every 6 weeks. £1,700 every 10 years on haircuts. No wonder hairdressers can have sports cars. So it allows. Look, this also includes buying replacement blades, clippers, and shaving cream. I don't use shaving cream. I just do it in the shower, under the shower. So get rid of that. Remove shaving cream costs, and my last clippers have lasted 5 years and they were 30 quid, so that's £100. So costs for bald, let's say £150 for buying really nice clippers and shit. Yeah, 1.5 grand. You set over 10 years. Really? That's a lot of money, isn't it? So just shave your head. I don't. Why? Times are hard. Times are hard. This car model looks really nice. You could buy a Caterham 7 for £17,000. So, don't have a if you don't have a haircut from birth, you could buy one of these cars when you get to 70. Well, good bargain. No, I can't put haircuts on my taxis. You probably do because you're a dodgy builder. What? I think we jumped the start there. I mean, the graphics look nice. Hello? What's the AI doing? What are you doing? Thank you. Okay. It's a lot, seems a lot slidier than the AC one once it goes over the limit. What? Oh, let's restart this. Let's turn the forces back down a bit here. Oh, let's put this on here. 900. See. Hang on, that AI just ghosted through the other AI. It don't really respond to the brake that well. Like when you brake, the nose, the weight's not going forwards. That's weird. It's like the weight's not going onto the front when you brake. Let's move the brake bars back. Okay, now it's got the AMS2 physics issue. Where rather than you moving the weight around, it just feels like you're removing the grip from the front or the rear. It's like on the throttle, the front is really dislocated from the steering wheel, which has always been an issue in Evo. What cold tyres still work like tyres? It's a really stupid myth that people keep bringing up. It just fundamentally doesn't have the sort of correct balance. Like, it progressively turns in on the braking, so you can trail brake it into the corner. But it just doesn't really do combined slip, and then the front... There's a massive, like, vagueness to the front of the car on throttle. On braking, we move the brake bars really far back. On braking, it turns in nicely, you know. But then it's like AMS2. It's just removing grip from the rear. That's what it comes across as, rather than you actually. You're on like a fixed trajectory based off the speed into the corner, rather than adjusting it with the wheel properly. It doesn't have like half the depth that AC1 has. It's also, there's like a delay in the response of the car as well. And yeah, and the force feedback has less detail for what the vehicle's doing. Like, it is loading up and stuff, but it's way less direct than AC. And then the handling feels a lot more muted than AC. You can put the car into a power slide, but that's different from like holding a drift. Every slide in this feels like a power slide. Apart from, well, not when you're braking into the corner and you're well within grip, but yeah, it's weird because ironically, AC1 is probably more canned, but the end result of driving in this is that every slide just feels like a sort of bizarre canned trajectory that you're always going to get the car through. Which is weird because AC1 is actually more simple and, in a sense, more, not more canned, but you know what I mean. Oh my god! That was just lit up on the curb! Still has bizarre curb issues. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not even half as good as AC1 to drive. Like, okay, let's say it's more realistic, fine, okay, but I mean, you can go, well, that's the point of the simulator. I don't think it is. But what do I know? I've not driven one of these cars. But from a gameplay perspective, AC1's just deeper. There's more balancing, there's more nuance, there's more detail in the force feedback. Graphics are nice on this. The track looks really good. The car's less responsive in this. Maybe the tyres change a bit more in this from being cold to warm, which you might enjoy. That's quite a fun thing to deal with. Trees look nice. But yeah, just realistically, like putting aside realism, putting aside what's more or less realistic, because that's a whole separate thing, from a video game perspective, AC is more fun to play and runs better and is free. So that's just you know, I mean, they're still working on this, obviously. I think they've done really good work, not to knock the work the developer does, but that's just the difficulty with simulators. It's a really unfortunate thing for a developer perspective. Yeah, I mean, maybe it isn't a space, like, I can, technically speaking, I don't think it is more dynamic in the sense of tyre temperatures and flash heating behaviour and stuff like that. But the base dynamics when driving, for 99% of when you're racing someone, there's more depth to what's going on and what you're modulating and balancing, and also how that feels. So you don't think it drives as bad as... Well, how bad am I saying? I'm just describing it relative to AC. I'm not saying it's the worst thing ever. It's better than Gran Turismo. It's better than Forza. It's hard to compare. I think it's better than ACC, but I think that's just because it's better cars. I don't like AC. I'm not a big fan of GT3s. But it's... I mean, look at the graphics. That looks superb. Look at the lighting on that. It looks amazing. Like, the thing is, what is the point in all the complexity? I mean, look, it graphically looks really nice. That looks way better than AC, even with shader patch and stuff. Yeah, what's the point in all the tyre suspension complexity if it still has like a weirdo curbing issue and the car still drives less like a car? Like, the physics are worse. No, of course they are. No, it's that I know some of the developers working on it. They're doing good work. Yeah, no, they're aware of it. It just takes so much time to like do stuff, but also it's more complex than AC1. There's more in the game than AC1, so that's even more work. so, but then also it's like, I don't know how you address like the delay kind of aspect of it and these other components. They keep dialing in the physics, they keep improving tyre behaviour, they keep doing stuff to it. That's great, but how much can you dial an engine in? Like, look how long it's taken. So from AMS2, oh, the helicopters at the background, that's cool. AMS2, right? Took from Project Cars 2, which Project Cars 2 was followed on from Project Cars 1. So Project Cars 2 had 3 or 4 years development. Project Cars 1 was in development for like 3-4 years. Project Cars 2 was in development for like 2 years. And then AMS2 has had 5 years of development and still has the core fundamental issues that Project Cars 1 has. Right? Like, but the AMS2 developers have done a really good job. Like, they've done a very good job of polishing it. So, with this, it's been in development for what, like 2 years plus a year of early access, and then it's going to be, and then what? Like, it's going to be like 8 years, and then the end result will be worse than AC1 because it's just too complicated. What we need is, I mean, maybe it won't be. It'd be great if it isn't. What we need is, yeah, but you just need like AMS1, AC1 fundamentals with better graphics engines and online systems and better netcode. The physics in AMS1, Live for Speed, and AC are more than good enough for what anybody needs to drive. They're better than LMU. You have literal Formula 1 drivers. You have race teams using AC1 and AMS1 for training the real cars. Surely that's good enough, right? That shows you that physics are not the problem. It's not the issue that needs working on. So, the issue with AC, Live for Speed, it's just online ranking, netcode, AI, single player. That's from a gaming perspective.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So it's probably one of the.
Oh well.
Probably one of the. Well,
No, it's nice that they're working on it. I mean, why not have another simulator? It's good that you got people developing this in.
Even F1, GG mods, it's really good.
You need to use LMU FFB app. It really helps with force feedback. This has a lot better default force feedback than LMU's default force feedback. Oh my god, the AI's pitting me. I think what's also happened is, in the past, like 10, 15 years ago, I think the idea of we've got the super most realisticist simulator, I think that worked from a marketing perspective. And people and magazines and people would get excited by it. And so that would work. Like, you could really sell a game on it's the most realisticist game ever. But I don't think that marketing angle actually works anymore at all. I don't think, like, magazines are not impressed by it in the same way, because it's people like me that effectively are the gaming press now. Like Overtake, Traction, they're all people that have driven some real race cars and or you know, do track days around the Nordschleife, or are race drivers and have been playing racing games since Gran Turismo. Right? So you can't just... You're not taking some random press people that go, oh my god, wow, look at all the detail, look at all that. Or random gaming magazines that maybe only played arcade races. You're taking people that have 10, 15 years of experience with simulators. So they're not going to be impressed by this simulator has super duper mega advanced physics anymore. That's not a marketing thing anymore. What does impress them, ironically, is gameplay. Gameplay stuff. So it's kind of inverted, but I'm not sure if the publishers necessarily realise that. Like, this is way worse to drive than the AC MX-5. It just feels like an absolute tank. Again, it's got the same sort of baked handling that the Caterham has. I like this. I like the sound of this. I think it looks nice and it sounds nice. I mean, the graphics are great, I think. I mean, I'm on a slow computer. Graphics are fantastic. It looks really natural. See, out of that final corner in AC1, the process is one of like, oh, I can hold this slide with a bit of counter steer and just maintain the slide, or pull it out of it, or do a larger slide. Whereas the process in this is, I will just counter steer and bring it out of the slide, or I'll just wait for the power slide to stop. But you're not really balancing and holding the slip properly. Well, the problem with the GT and Forza thing is those games have actual game single player stuff in them, so then that's the point of those. So if this could have all the physics and stuff it's got now, how it is now, and maybe improve. If this also had like really great AI to race against, that'd be fine. You'd be like, and then a single player to play through. You'd be like, oh, that's fantastic. That'd be a good fun game to play. Bunch of missions, objectives. That'd be really fun. The lighting's really nice, like the sunset on the trees. Looks well good. The graphics are much better in this than AC, but then you need a ridiculously fast computer to get it to run nice. I don't know. I don't know if we'll stay up. It's not really holding the slide, but it's a power slide though. You're not really... You're just doing a power slide without spinning. That's not the same as being on the throttle, or you're not really controlling the slide properly. Oh, God. AI just plows you. Yeah. It's just, to me, it's okay. I think it, like, if you were coming from Gran Turismo, it's okay. If you're coming from like AC, Live for Speed, RBR, AMS1, it's so boring to drive. It's just characterless. It feels really stale to drive. There's no. It's because of that lack of play around the limit of how you can play with the vehicles. It basically, if you drive passively, it will seem fine. Passive drivers go into a corner, do the iRacing style of driving, go into a bit of a power slide, maybe if they do it a bit too much, and they have, you know, that robotic passive type of driving, they don't notice what's missing. Whereas if you're a driver that's used to driving a bit more actively, like intentionally pushing the boundaries, or intentionally going in too hot to understeer onto the apex, or intentionally getting on the throttle a bit too much because you know you can counter steer and you don't really care, it's just fun. If you're that type of driver, then this is just totally missing that dynamic. I think we're done with AC service for a bit, yeah. We did 6 hours of AC, or 5.5 hours, I think. Yeah, so, you know, if it had a single player stuff to do in it, then I think it'd be fun to do. You know, it's good enough that it'd be a fun driving game. Because it's way better than, like, all the arcade racing games, right? But then so's AC. Like, how incredible is a Lotus 69 on those vintage tracks? As a challenge, as a thing to do. No, I know what you mean, Jason Murphy. Yeah, that is a big problem in sim racing as well. Look at the car model and shaders look so good. Like the graphics engine looks really nice. Like the floor texture looks amazing. Well, you say they'll get there, but they didn't with ACC, so... It's not that people complain and they listen, they just keep working on stuff. Not a single one of my complaints about ACC was listened to. Force feedback, handling the limit, you know, all the stuff that I think really matters, but yeah, but it drives worse than AC one. you're comparing it to ACC, right? So that was shit. So, like, it's irrelevant. It's like, it's better than the last game that was worse than the first game. It's like, well, yeah, okay. So I just. And then the other thing is, with this game, most the player excitement for this is for driving road cars on they want to play it like Euro Truck Sim. That's the irony as well. Kunos seemingly want to make a new AC1 that's like a more advanced, better looking AC1, like AC2, right? That's what Kunos want to make. The players that do competitive online racing now don't care. They will just do LMU GT3 driving and iRacing, because that's where the competition is. And I don't think it's going to be hard for another game to fill that gap or like build that up, as you know, once GT3 is popular and those games have got a user base and people don't want to move over. Like, it's so dumb how Kunos dropped the ball with ACC, but you know, so they've gone to LMU. So the player base for this game are the people potentially on console that want to do like AC cruise servers, but they just want to do it in a single game, like built into the game. That is where this game will make most of its money, right? And that's what they should focus on, because no one gives a shit about racing in the wider market. Also, then if the cruising is the focus, nobody cares about physics. Like people doing the Sudoku revival and what have you, and the motorway driving, they don't care about physics. They just want to drive cars between traffic. That's it. That's what they want to do. They don't care if the tyres or the braking or whatever is realistic or not. No, they just don't care. Like, all they want is something that's like a dry presented Forza with the road car that they like. Yeah, well, if the thing is, if you wanted to drive a sim at the moment, instead of doing track days, you basically AC1 has all the stuff in it. Well, what it seems with this, what seems to have happened is Kunos have seen, they see all the stuff that's been popular in AC1, and they're from modders, like the cruising, the different game modes, all the random shit, right? And they've then gone, oh, well, if we're doing AC2, we need to make sure we have that. But then the problem is, they've also seen like the online ranking systems and how that's popular. So they're like, oh, we need to do that as well. Oh, and also Gran Turismo has a single player, so we really should do that because, you know, if we're going to release on console, we need a decent single player. So with a small development team, they're like, oh, well, we need to make what was basically only possible after 10 years of modding or 10 years of other games being developed. So realistically, with their size of their resources, they should have just kept polishing AC1 or kept polishing ACC or made a completely separate studio. And you go, right, like kind of what's happened with AC Rally. It's a totally separate studio. Obviously, it's a different developer, same publisher. But the publisher doing a technical partnership and then one studio doing... Right, we're doing the competition Assetto, that's ACC, and that's the online ranking, that's the LMU of ACC. They completely focus on that. And, right, this is the cruising Assetto, and the game is literally all just focused on cruising. That's the cruising AC, and it's a cruising game. That developer focuses on that. And obviously, you would have the technology team is constantly working on technology that funnels into all the projects. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows what they do structurally? It's not that it needs a lot of polishing. It's yeah. I don't know. Well, just why would you play it over AC? That's the problem. Like, why would you play it over AC? What's the point? It looks nice. Okay. Why is AC Rally in Unreal? Because when they probably started working on AC Rally, Evo as the underlying engine in Evo probably wasn't developed enough in order to do all the features that they'd want in a rally game. Or also, a rally game is the most predominant, the biggest thing in a rally game, the most time-consuming thing on the development side, separate to like the basic tech and stuff and gameplay, which always takes a lot of time. But the actual building of the tracks and stages is a really, really big thing for a rally game. So being able to have an established graphics engine that's quite easy to put the 3D content into, like the actual level building, becomes like one of the bigger factors. So that's a big reason to go for something like Unreal Engine. So probably just timing. Also, it's a separate developer. You can't really build a game as a separate developer in a game engine that's still heavily under development. Yeah, there's a whole mix of things with Unreal Engine. We've talked about this before a few times. If a developer, if you've got staff that are trained well in Unreal Engine 5 and the publisher understands that you shouldn't use all the features and that you have to actually keep the thing really nimble, and that it's not going to look like the promotional material that Epic puts out, and you're very careful with how you use it, then Unreal Engine is absolutely fantastic. If the publisher or whoever's in charge of the project keeps demanding that they make everything look photorealistic and they just chuck shitloads of stuff into it, you end up with unoptimized, really buggy games that then can't be fixed. So Unreal Engine makes a lot of sense for a rally game, though, to be honest. Unreal 5 especially, because it fixes... There was a lot of fundamental issues with Unreal 4 for when it comes to driving games. Realistic driving games. I need a cup of tea. We also need to fix some. This keeps crashing. So this brake threshold thing keeps breaking. It's a version of the software. I might go to an older version. It's a mixture of things, though. Like, I think Epic are to blame as well. So it's not that. It's also not that devs suck at optimization. It's that the developers are forced to put high quality. So there's like 5 aspects to it. It's really complicated. Epic market stuff and specifically promote their engine like an absolute salesman and give the impression to people that Unreal Engine is magic and you can stick whatever you want in it and it will auto-optimize, and you don't need to worry about LODs, you don't need to worry about well-done meshes, you don't need to worry about how many objects you put in a scene, you don't need to worry about... you can use blueprints, you can have an artist do all the coding for a load of stuff, don't need to worry about it. That's what Epic promote. And that's what a lot of business people in corporate pick up on. So that's Epic's fault. That's absolutely Epic to blame for that. Then you have the problem that you can get a game to market that isn't optimized. The consumer accepts it with early access and all these things. The consumer actually accepts a really subpar product. So the raw capital financial reality is that the developer can put out shit and get away with it financially. So there's no financial reason in the short term to actually do things better. Because also, if you take longer and you build a game more optimized and you do all this stuff properly, you're probably going to run out of budget, or you're more likely to run out of budget before you get it out to market, and the screenshots will look worse. So you're punished for doing the right thing financially. So that's a big problem as well. And then also the benchmark is then set by these other games that come out after 8 months of development. They release early access, and so that becomes the norm. And so if you don't, as the artist or the designer or the programmer doing gameplay programming, if you don't have something that can be pushed to early access within 8 months to a year, the publisher and the developer, or the people in charge of the developer and the publisher, are like, oh, you're taking too long, it's too risky, well, we need to just work on another product, or how come these other developers got it out? It's like, well, the other developers got it out because they didn't give a shit. Because they didn't care, because they were, or they might have done, they were just forced to get it out, minimal viable product, and the minimal viable product is what happens to get enough attention to get a sale without a refund after 10 hours of gameplay, which can include massive stutter, massive bugs and all this shit. So yeah, Rhino, it's going to take a long time for that game to be polished up. It's not, I don't think it'll be bad, but it's going to be like 2 years at least, I would say. So yeah, it's a mixture of Epic, the nature of the games industry, yeah. The thing is, driving sims are much more affected by frame rate issues and stutter and all that kind of stuff. Fundamentally, like it absolutely kills a driving sim. It completely kills it straight away. Whereas you can get away with quite a lot of like stutter and loading issues on third-person shooters and even first-person shooters. It's not as obvious as it is in driving sims, and because in a driving sim, the stutter is generally going to occur as you go around corners, which is the point where you're most focused on needing no stutter. so, you know. And then also driving sims, by their nature, have really large maps, which are the worst sort of scenario for Unreal Engine. Like, Unreal works the best. Like, it does support large maps, but it supports large maps when there's not that many assets, or it can really cut the detail down of those assets. But Unreal Engine absolutely works the best when it's small maps, relatively small maps, or like zoned off, you know, like say 500 by 500 meters maximum. You know, as soon as they start to do open world stuff in Unreal, then the developer has to be like mega, like really clever with how they use assets and and then the choices you make for how it loads stuff in, and it's a whole thing in and of itself. Fourth person shooters, those are the best. They're really hard. Fourth person shooters are some of the hardest shooters to play. Not as hard as fifth person shooters though. What I find weird, as I was saying before, like Unreal 2005, 2003 was amazing, ran really well, like Red Orchestra and all those games and all the tactical shooters and stuff. They didn't have any like massive issues. It's as soon as they started doing like nanite and the more advanced lighting that's completely balked graphics engines. Yeah, they probably did the right choices in their own engine, but then you don't know if they made the right choices with their own engine. So you know they could have made decisions with their own engine that weren't necessarily the best decisions, that they end up in a similar problem as using Unreal Engine. Like maybe their engine is bloated in certain ways, or maybe the fundamental structure of it's not very good. You know, you don't know. That's always the problem of making your own engine. It takes like 2 to 5 years to make a game engine. A modern game engine could be even more, but like let's say 2 to 5 years to make a full graphics engine. Even if you're using no one ever does everything from scratch. But after about 2 to 3 years of development on a game engine, the foundations are done, and then they're kind of trapped by decisions made at the start of the development of that game engine that you can only ever undo by doing another new game engine, learning from what you did with the previous one, which takes another 5 years. I think Evo was still on console, still sell as an okay game, and I think it'll be all right. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if it will be justifiable over AC. I could see it being quite popular. You never know. It's also very hard to judge. Like, it's hard to judge the sort of zeitgeist in the moment of where other sims will be or what other games come out and how that affects things. It's really difficult to say, or even what's going on in the world politically. Like, COVID massively and low fuel motorsports made ACC go from game that nobody really cares about to the biggest GT3 simulator, right? Also, Project Cars 2 was like a massive hit. It would have been hard to predict that given that it was just following on from Project Cars 1, you know. And it wasn't like... And there's a lot of stuff... Not that it's a bad game. Like, it's quite good, but you wouldn't have thought Project Cars 2 would do as well as it did. It's just... Games development's terrible. I always say this. It's the worst. Just you never want to be a games developer. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by a fake unrealistic. It gave it a boost in people that probably didn't stick around. Yeah, people could look at the sales during COVID and then expect things to grow at the same rate when they won't. But I think most people understand that. Like, sim racing is always growing, like, generally. Like, it's a fundamentally fun thing. That's the thing with, like, this is how you can know. It's like if you were investing in businesses, right? This is not advice. You could look at the market and go, "Whoa, this has got interest in it. Whoa, this is exciting. Or this is the numbers are going up on this company," right? People do that. Some people make money, some people don't. I think statistically they don't make money, but like, that's one way of doing stuff. Or you can go, what is that business doing? Is it doing something that people actually need? Is it a real business? Like, is it an actual real thing? Not just everyone's excited about it. It's like the boring shit, like a pollution treatment, water treatment, sewage, basic housing stuff. You know, there's a bunch of like those things. You're like, well, there's stuff that people need, like clean water, heating, right? People need those, so they're normally... There's a foundation. You could look at those businesses and go, it seems there's interest inflated in them, what have you. But there's a foundation there. And I think the thing with Sims is a good solid racing simulator with like basic gameplay in it is a fun game. It's a foundationally solid game. And so that's fun. People enjoy it. So, and a lot of people haven't found driving sims that will enjoy it. So... Yeah, there's lots of people that really absolutely will buy DD wheels and sim rigs and enjoy sim racing. They just haven't discovered it yet. It's still quite a niche thing. Like, it's really weird. When you're in something, you can think it seems normal that people around you know about it because you're in that thing. You're aware of it. but the reality is, actually, many people don't know about it that would really enjoy it. It's just marketing. So a lot of people know about F1 and like Drive to Survive, but they don't connect the dots. So it's not even motorsport. Sim racing is like actively doing something, and it's separate from video games. So it's not even like, oh, Formula One's got more popular, so they'll do sim racing. Like, Formula One's got more popular, so they might buy the F1 game for the kids, but that's a different thing again. A good example is like the Nintendo Wii. Loads of people knew about video games, but weirdly, the Wii with its motion controller made a shitload of people aware of playing video games that generally would never play video games. And so they buy a Nintendo Wii and play video games. And that's with people. Most people know that video games exist, but they had to have something that made them play a game that they would then enjoy. So weird. Yeah, so sim racing is more similar to like go-karting, and if you had a hobby like go-karting, increasing in people doing it. It's not even gaming. It's its own. It is absolutely its own niche. There are a lot of people that do gaming that play sims. There's also a lot of people that do VR that play driving sims. But the idea of getting this racing simulator and sticking it in your house, it's like taking up archery or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's like owning a cello. or someone having a piano. There's shitloads of people that really enjoy instruments, but not everyone has a piano in the house, do they? Or there's shitloads of people that like motorsport, but they don't go-karting. So it's growing the niche of people that would... Oh, like people like dance music, but how many people buy like DJ decks and actually use them? And there's lots of people that would really enjoy DJing, but they don't. It's not being presented to them that they can get DJ decks for £100 and enjoy DJing at little effort. So they don't realise. Yeah, and there's also the whole thing of it's like pinball tables and that kind of thing as well. Or having a pool table. There's a growing aspect of sim racing where it's like wealthy people, like people that own houses, which I would class as quite wealthy, but people that own moderately sized houses that are like, right, they've got a pool table, they maybe have a tennis court, they've got a nice stuff in their bathroom, they've got like a 5 or 6 bedroom detached house. They might have a pinball machine. Oh, we'll have a sim rig as well. It's one of those things. There's a lot of people in that bracket that have yet to get into... But that's expanding quite a bit. And those people spend £50,000 on a simulator. Or like 10 to £50,000. So... Yeah, it's really weird as an activity. I don't have a snooker table. I always wanted one of those glass ones. Have you seen them? Let's see how much they cost. Glass snooker table. Hang on, this older version of the Moser Pit House software has newer drivers in it. What's going on here? 12920. Right, I'm updating that. Yeah, the glass snooker table. Let's see. Yeah, I know they're amazing. I've always wanted one. If I was rich, I mean, I don't think I'd get one, to be honest. I just think it's pointless. Hypothetically, I would get one, but not in reality, because I think it was a waste of money. It'd be good to, if you had a hotel, it's $34,000. If I owned a business where I could have one and, just part of the business, then I'd do it. But I don't think I'd put my own money into it. It'd be a waste. There you go. I think I feel a bit sick, actually, if I got that for myself. Like, I just feel dirty. I mean, I wouldn't if I played pool every day, then that'd be fine. How good is that though? Like, so the glass has a microscopic coating on it, which makes it behave like a felt table. The thing is, owning a pool table is so inconvenient. Like, I know people that own them, and it only really makes sense if you never plan to move house. Oh no, if you've got a cheap pool table, it's all right. But the more expensive pool tables where you can't risk damaging the slate on it or damaging, you have to level it and everything, and yeah, there's a whole thing. Yeah, I think I've seen them for cheaper than that. Vitric playing surface. Let's see what ChatGPT says for pricing. Yeah, and you can do a lot with the. What's the other, you can get ping pong tables that flip over, like dual use. Oh yeah, like air hockey. There can be ping pong or air hockey, and air hockey's a lot better for younger kids. Table tennis is amazing, actually. Yeah, you can get a really nice if you live in a warmer climate. You can just put it outdoors. A lot of people in France had table tennis tables. Decathlon sold them for like 150 quid, and they were totally fine. Like, I think like a 500 to £1,000 will get you an actual good one. But you can get really cheap ping pong tables that are totally fine. Even the shitty concrete ping pong tables work. You know, for casual playing with friends, really good. Table tennis is amazing for kids. It's really good. It's really good for the age range of people that can do it. Like I was. 2 or 3 years ago, I was playing table tennis with my mum, and she's in her 70s. So you know, she was beating me on some hands and stuff. Like, you know, so like you can really. It's really good as an activity. It's the problem is the UK. It's so windy and cold that when you have outdoor table tennis tables, you can't play. It's terrible. There's some in parks in central London, and it's just too windy or raining. And if you play it on the concrete ones, if it's wet, the ball just sticks to the table. You can't do anything. It's so dumb. But in France, you have like, it's just nice. And even in Paris, you have like whole courtyards with like table tennis stuff set up, or like ball, and it's nice and dry. I don't know what. I'm surprised they don't get vandalised in Paris, but they seem to be all right. I don't know why these effect things keep stopping. Well, we'll see. I think the latest software has a bug on it. I'll just save that. Right, what do we do? I need to get another cup of tea. I mean, I might just stay up. I have to do some emails. I want to play some Counter-Strike. I want to do some gliding. I've just rolled it back, Canada, mate. We need to do some more profile stuff on LMU. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just gonna pop to Lou. Look at this. Timbo Slice has donated £50 this month. More £57. What a mentalist. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
We're still too high. Too low. Hello.
Probably too high, but now I look really small. Oh, you can't win, guys. Now I'm too low. Oh, it's impossible. It's impossible to get the height right. Oh well, I'm just gonna put up with this. I need to move it down by like a mil. Some people do film the wheel. It looks quite good. Oh, it's well annoying me. I look like I'm tiny. I look like I've fallen into my sim rig. Oh yeah, just me spinning around. It's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Right, we're doing some force feedback tweaking. Hang on, why does this screen feel, why is the mouse slow on this screen? Is my... What's going on here? Why does that app on the window make that window slow? Don't put it on the window! No, that's weird. It only does it on this screen though. It's alright on the other screen. That's super weird. Right. Oh yeah, let's get this all working.
Activating profile LE Man's Ultimate.
I think everyone's gone now. So you go and get a cup of tea, and see, everyone goes. No tea breaks for the streamer. Tea break bannage. We're all just, aren't we all? Mom, I look like I'm tiny. Ah, it's going to well annoy me. I've got to fix my camera. Right, where's my head? Basically, the camera needs to be down by that chevron above my head. Let's do that. Oh, now it's too low. Oh my god. Ah, it's impossible to get right. It should be. How is that lower? I just moved. Oh no. Being scammed here. we go. Back to how it was when we started. Oh, what a waste of time. Right, let's get this force feedback going. That's better. Bloody hell.
How's everybody doing? Are people still with us? Hashtag I don't think so. Oh no, lug to Jenny's. Not him. How's it going? Nice.
That time was a 2:44.30. was a 240.47.
I'm dialing in the GT3 setup in the force feedback app, but with different power settings. So it should scale the values better. People should just be able to change their strength setting, and then all the other values should work better. for the betterment of force feedback society. Yeah, they do actually. We'll do some of that after this. I love this shit. This is like, I love just adjusting force feedback settings. I find it really relaxing just seeing what happens, how it affects it, and then thinking about how that's good or bad. Just feeling the stuff come out of the video game and put another setup on. How's everyone doing? I need some painkillers, my feet are killing. Broken foot muscle. Oh. I found out something really weird with this, right? If you have a really small amount of liquid in the bottom of it, the liquid, when it hits the side of the container, it makes a clicking sound, but only a specific amount of liquid, and it doesn't seem to be from like the liquid hitting it. It's like slapping it. It's like
It's really weird. I'm not quite sure what exactly is going on. It'd be quite an interesting thing to get one of those physics channels to look into. Like, maybe it's just some resonance thing, or it's just super weird. It's like a very, very small amount of liquid where you'd think it wouldn't do anything, but it hits the side of the container, which makes it then feel like a really loud click, as if a screw was loose. But it's literally like half a milliliter of water, and it doesn't have to be moving quickly either. It kind of always causes the click if it's just going. It hits the back or the front. Super weird. I have no idea what's going on. Really counterintuitive. Almost like, I guess maybe it's like the equivalent of, like, you know, when a drip does a really big drip thing. So maybe it's to do with surface tension, but on a flat. Maybe it's a surface tension interaction, but flat rather than vertically. I don't know. Oh. Bloody hell. Does not like you driving in reverse with this force feedback. With the moon cameras, is it just a really big sensor? I know, we will do some gliding and we'll set up the joystick. Moser must have done some force feedback joystick updates. No, the oscillating will happen if you have low dampened steering wheel, right? Because there's nothing to stop it going left and right, and then there's always a delay there. So if you don't want the oscillation, you have two options. You can dull the force feedback down, and you can do that by reducing the force feedback strength, or you can add damper or inertia on your wheel, but they're all destructive. They'll all remove detail. So you could reduce the seat of the pants setting as well, but then you're going to lose the seat of the pants stuff. So
you will always get this oscillation if you have force feedback that's I mean, you could. There are these settings, might. But then they tend to like cause other issues. We'll have a look. I don't know if that's doing anything. So I don't know if that's oh, that's maybe I have to turn this on. There's another one somewhere else. It'll be this oscillation prevention stuff.
That time was a 3:04.19.
That's doing the opposite. That's the opposite of what we wanted. Seems to cause weird stuff on mine. Yeah, this just causes problems with my wheel. Yeah, I don't mean GT3 cars. The drivers holding onto the wheel all the time. They're quite real GT3 cars have quite dampened steering, but you're not, you know. Depends how literal you want to be with stuff.
Nice drift. Well, then that would be down to how strong you set your steering. Just gamer muscle, because it was the only thing I could find that had tip, which was just 2 words.
Lap 3, 45.61.
Yeah, I mean, you can add damper on your wheel. It's probably like the only thing. It doesn't seem like anything in this allows you to really do it. Could add some smoothing, yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why some parts of the track seem to cause more of an issue than others, which is weird.
They do. I think they're just, yeah, I don't know why they set them up, how they do at trade shows. Kind of random.
That time was a 4:33.90.
I feel like you're gonna you're gonna have to put damper on the wheelbase.
That time was a 2:42.72.
Yeah, then let's try and put some damper on the wheelbase. Yeah, so I mean I think that's the only option is you have overactive force feedback from the sim, and then the wheelbase damping. I mean, you can still induce oscillation, but probably the best that you're going to be able to get.
not using those.
That time was a 3:24.30.
Hang on. Oh, don't know why that was on that. What he means by light hands is just not squeezing the wheel. So you've misunderstood what he's saying. It's just about not. There's no point like squeezing and putting effort into the wheel that's not needed. So a driver should just be aware of the input they're doing, and not be like forcing pointless stuff or squeezing the wheel. So, or you know, like resisting, being stiff. That's all he means. It's just that you should only be appropriately stiff enough to have control of the car. Like it's just that. It's not complicated. It's like you just want to be in control of the vehicle, right? So if the wheel happened to be overactive, then you might have to be a bit firmer on it. But if a wheel's doing like bump jolts from bump steer, there's no point resisting that because it's going to settle itself. So you're just wasting grip effort and energy on pointless stuff. So it's not about having the wheel flopping around. It's just being in control of the car. That's all. That's what she said. But the thing is, a real car is different to a simulated car as well, and it depends on the simulator. In iRacing, you don't turn the steering wheel at all. You want to just not be turning the steering wheel. So as best possible, just trail braking through all the corners. The problem is, if you start just listening to specific instructions, you're missing the point. It's like, and I'm sure Swolio would say this as well, there are some like there'll be basic rules for what's generally good technique, but what's defined good technique in sports over the years is whatever has happened, someone's done that they've happened to them win with. And some of the techniques have been stupid, but they've worked, like stabbing the throttle like a lunatic in certain eras of motorsport have worked really well. Driving mega passive in certain eras of motorsport and cars has worked really well. Driving massively overactive and intentionally inducing slip has worked really well. So it depends on the car, the tyre, the conditions. You know, there's... At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you haven't got enough money to do real driving, so... That's the reality. The real training tip, the real pro coaching tip is build a YouTube channel and then sell driver training to people to then be able to afford to do real motorsport, or like just be good at business. That's the tip. That's actually the ultimate coaching tip. We're all poor. Well, I can't afford to do real motorsport. Come on. it's good wheel settings. I mean, I'm sure I've done guides for DD1. I'm pretty sure we've got guides somewhere. For LMU, I don't know, my profiles might work.
Ow! Realistic broken wrist from an accident. That's good. That's fantastic. I don't think that's doing anything. Oh my god! Oh, I broke my car. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Oh, that's nice drift. Oh, good. Whee! Cold tyres. Snow wheels. No, I don't care. I don't care what it is. No, it doesn't matter.
Hello. Oh. Yeah, the only way you can stop the oscillations is by adding damping in your wheel software. Or by just turning down the force feedback strength. So that the oscillations are not going to move your hands at all. Yeah, I mean, a butt kicker will tell you after the fact how much you're pushing and stuff, but it's not high enough resolution to really feel exactly where the tyres are at. It's more that, oh, you're pushing a lot through the corner, or you're pushing the front, or you're pushing the rear, but it's not really like you. It's not really a thing you balance. To balance, you need like a really granular force. It's not a vibration, it's like a load changing in the wheel. Well, the biggest thing that people lose time on is normally just braking. Not braking too early or braking too late. And then it's not. Then it's like staying on the brake too much. Or not enough, there you go. No, but like you want to be using the front grip of the tyres through the corner, so the car is sort of in neutral. Like, it's not understeering, it's not oversteering. Maybe, well, realistically, you actually want a bit of oversteer, but like generally, it's just been through the corner at the grip of the tyres. But so that you can be well off the limit and still be 3 seconds within 3 seconds of track pace. Like, for example, I'll do a lap after this.
Look, I do it now. I brake really early here, and I'm barely braking. I'm not even trail braking. Now I'm coasting. Give it a braking a little bit extra through the corner. Brake really early here. Not even anywhere near the limit of the tyre, but if you apex, even when, like, there you go, brake really early, coasting. If I apex like this, then get on the throttle really gently, you will... A car that's apexing well under the limit will do a pretty good lap time compared to a car that's closer to the limit. Like, the driver's technically driving the tyres better, but they're off the apex. So as a result, someone could be really bad with their braking and their fundamentals, but if they're driving the racing line, they'll actually get an okay lap time within pretty close to, like, pretty close to good lap times. It's just like the geometry of how long the car's going around the track, and it's surprising how close to the apex gets you such a time advantage, because the track's quite big. Doesn't seem that big because you're going faster, but it's like if you were walking around the outside of a corner versus the inside of a corner. But ideally, where people then gain a ton of time is just the old braking and then trail braking through the corner. And the big thing there is that the trail braking just allows the car to rotate better. So it allows the car to take the corner tighter. The brake is being used to take the corner tighter rather than the brake to slow the car down. It's more that it's using the brakes to steer the car more than it is to slow it down, in a sense. And especially in I don't know how, I'm sure it's the same in real cars, but in sims they're very sensitive to that. But that's where, like, where you see, like, the big sort of 1 or 2 second gap is people trail braking and not trail braking. See, I find this actually ends up working out. When you run higher wheelbase max torque on this than your actual wheelbase, it makes the force feedback weaker, but you seem to get more dynamics from it. It's really weird. Because I think you're scaling the lower end of the signal more. It gets you a better feel. Yeah, definitely putting a bit of damper on, I think, for a lot of people is what they'd probably want from this.
Lap 2:42.89.
Right, let's try. Try a different car with those settings, see what happens. We've had like 1.5, like maybe 1,600 people sign up to Patreon to download. They didn't pay; it's obviously free. But yeah, about 1,500 people. Oh my god. Bloody cold tyres. This was before that. This was before the UK OG thing. Like he does have he has better viewers than me, but we'd already done a video that had like 17,000 views, so that's where a lot of the people would have come from. I'm sure other people would have downloaded them after he did his video as well, but I think he's done his own profiles, so yeah. The main thing is, like, as long as yeah, different cars seem to have different be affected by things differently. Yeah, as long as people can adjust it and set it up how they want. This is like the dullest sounding car ever. Yeah, we're doing settings.
Lap 2, 41.62.
Don't know what's causing the oscillation on braking. The problem is the stronger you make it, the more you get this oscillation. I mean, you can use friction on your wheelbase to stop it, but then, which I guess you can use to then turn up the other strength, but it's not ideal. 'Cause you're basically just muting the force feedback again.
That time was a 3:01.86.
No, but I do have a preset that's for lower strength wheels, which you could use, and then
5.43.
the lower strength wheels aren't going to have issues with the oscillation because they're just not strong enough to overcome your hands to oscillate in the same way. Well, you do if you want to use the profiles that come for it. Hello, ring runners. The other way of reducing oscillation is maximum wheel speed, which can be quite effective. That way you don't need inertia and friction because the wheel physically can't move too fast. Oh, why is it raining? I didn't set rain on.
Time 2:27.82.
But bloody hell, yeah. What's causing that? Oh, it is the brake feel. Oh, maybe the setting was just messed up. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Oh no. There's some weird stuff going on. It says 8 hours. Yeah, maybe we should do another video explaining some of the settings. You could have a vibration for the windscreen wiper. That'd probably really impress people. You could just have it so that the wheel goes like a little vibration as the windscreen wiper goes left and right. You definitely could do that. Yeah, it's weird that just braking at low speed causes this. I don't know why. I think it's just the forces having a weird. It's just if you use that brake force. I think the brake force thing needs. Oh, hang on. think there is a... can't adjust it, I think. It could even be the self-aligning that causes it. When you're braking, the car goes left and right. No. Oh, it could be that. Ow. Oh, maybe that was a bugging out this seat the pants moving setting. Who knows? Oh, hello. Rhino? Why are you donating £20? Bloody hell. Bloody bugger. Do you know what that means? A new king has been crowned. Glory to Rhino, the greatest king of kings, all kings, the king, the king, kingdom of kingdom. Blessed be the Rhino. Thank you. It's very generous. Really appreciate it. Oh, he's not even in chat. He's just throws money at me. Poor guy. He could have gone and thrown money at a stripper instead. You know, better value. Don't know what type of person. Ow! I guess I'm getting hurt for entertainment. There is that. I don't think this is going to help your bad driving habits. Oh. Yeah, that is really useful. That whole point reset thing's really good. Got that in AC, and they put it in race room, I think.
T598. Which is that? Is that a T300? Yeah, I don't know why. Like, this is oscillating quite a bit unless you put quite a bit of damper on your wheel.
Lap 805.23.
That makes it worse. We need an opposite of this that acts as a inhibitor. The app needs a inverse lateral load, and that can be applied at lower speed, and that would inhibit oscillation that occurs in the center from these things. But I mean, you could just add damper and friction, then it's not going to do it. Oh, I run out of petrols. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's going to be a case, if someone gets oscillation, it's a case of either turning the strength of the app down or adding damper. Ah, I just saved it over that by accident. Oh well. Let's do some faster laps with the damping on and see how it goes. I don't even like the BMW. I think it's such a bland car. Let's try a different GT3 car. What's supposedly a good car? Let's do the Lexus. I don't know. I don't know what everyone's driving. The Ferrari to me seemed like the best car in this game. The most neutral, or biscuit time. I'll probably do with eating some actual real food. Yeah, I tend to run quite low force feedback, partly for that reason. But yeah, this car has like insane low steering rack. It's really good because you can't be afraid of Eau Rouge if you can't see it.
see this car doesn't do any of the yanking of the wheel. So the different cars, it depends on how much probably front suspension travel they have and all those things. What ice hockey? I used to. Fortunately, roller hockey, the pucks are a lot lighter, so slap shots don't absolutely knack you. But if we did long amounts of hockey, you see the quantity of slap shots decrease until everyone's just doing wrist shots because they don't want to hurt their hands anymore. It's quite funny. You do what, like 50, 100 slap shots, your arms are wrecked, your wrists are wrecked. And especially if you have if you had wooden hockey sticks, wooden hockey sticks were okay, but the metal hockey sticks were really brutal. Yeah, forgot about that. Also, when you shit, you accidentally hit the floor, and there are some types of shots where you hit the floor on purpose before you hit the puck, and that is even worse. Yeah, no wonder my arms don't work. Yeah, it's certain vibrations, isn't it, that make it really bad. Yeah, this is weird. So, the Ferrari... The Ferrari is a lot less prone to like sudden jerks and stuff and oscillation. This Lexus still oscillates but doesn't seem to have the jerking thing. On braking. But also, it seems like the could also be the steering rack in the car. This seems to have a lot less sensitive steering than the other cars. This just feels so weirdly slidey compared to AC. The Ferrari's not too bad, but this game does have kind of weird physics, I think. Still fun for racing, but doesn't feel like the tyres are in like a locked-in. Hello. Thing is, this inertia setting doesn't seem to work. That's supposed to take 5 times the effort for the inertia. Yeah, I mean that setting does not work how it works on other wheels. Pro tip, do not use the natural inertia setting on the Moser wheels because it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, so I think maybe if I do a video that just explains to people these are the settings on this is what they generally do, this is what you should expect, the main settings,
And then obviously we've got the profile, but then also explain to people, look, if your wheel's overactive, you have two options. You can turn the strength of the force feedback down on the app, or just the strength of your wheel down, or you can add damper and friction. Both of them will remove detail, but they'll also stop oscillations and overactive stuff, so it's a compromise. It's a compromise. And the stronger you have your wheel, the more natural damper and inertia you can apply without it getting in the way of what you're feeling from the sim. So in a sense, some of the advantages, if you're on a really light wheelbase, like a R3, R5, the lower end Simagics, they're not strong enough in the first place to oscillate because they don't have enough strength to overcome your hands, the weight of your hands in the steering wheel. And so they're not going to oscillate. So you don't need inertia and damping on those wheels, really. This is the Church of Force feedback stuff we should share with people. We could. I could just record it now. Let's record it now. Let me get this on the screen. Let's see if this works. Oh, here I am. Here we are. You ready for a video, guys? I'll record a video now. Here we go. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Gamer Muscle YouTube channel, and this video where I'm going to explain how to stop your wheel being too overactive and making things feel nice and smooth and detailed at the same time. Basically, it's a case of balancing wheel strength, damper and friction. It's quite simple, so this should help any of you. Oh, I need to start again. This is not a good video. Already a fail of a video. retake. It's welcome inside the YouTube, guys. Retake, yeah, falling asleep. Should I start the video with, hi guys! Wow, welcome! Welcome to this exciting force feedback video. Is that what we go with? High energy. So just have a fish on my head. The video start. I do a video with a fish on my head. There we go. Like this. Should I just do the whole video with the fish on my head? Just not mention it. There we go. They'll be like, what's that on his head? It's a fish, but don't mention it. Don't mention it. Right. Hello, guys. Many of you... Oh, no, we can't start with hello, guys. We can't say hello, guys. Okay, right. Right. This is great video content. Are you struggling with too much oscillation on your wheel and the feeling of the car being all over the place? Well, in this video, I'm going to quickly tell you how to reduce oscillation on your steering wheel. And it's really quite simple. There's not much to it. So subscribe so you can unsubscribe, click the like button and cry yourself to sleep. Right. The biggest things to be aware of when it comes to oscillation is that if you have a detailed signal from the game with a lot of dynamics and a lot of things going on, you probably will get oscillation at some point. The only real ways that you can reduce oscillation are, one, you can run your force feedback with weaker force feedback strength, so you just reduce the strength of your game. That's one way of reducing the oscillation. Of course, your force feedback will be lighter. Two, you could have a less detailed signal from the game of the force feedback. That would also be if you lowered the strength of the game, but let's say you were using LMU FFB or some custom force feedback or settings in the game. If you reduce settings that applying left and right movement to the wheel and you reduce them, that will reduce oscillation, but again, you'll be losing detail. Separate to that, what you can do is add damper or friction to your wheelbase. And what those things will do as well is actually reduce detail and information, but it will also stop oscillation. So really, it's a compromise between how much detail you want, the type of force feedback that's coming out of the game, and the strength of your force feedback. If you're on really low end, but probably still quite nice force feedback wheels like Logitech G293s, T300s, Moser R5s, CSL DDs, that kind of stuff, you probably don't want to add any friction or damper to your wheels, or not much at all, because those wheels, the output of them is so light that the weight of your hands, the weight of the wheel rim will already act as a form of damper, and the wheel's likely to not oscillate too much because you just holding onto the wheel will stop it oscillating. Any wheel basically under 8 to 5 newton meters, you probably won't have issues with oscillation so long as you're holding onto the wheel. If you have stronger wheelbases though, what you will find is if you're running stronger force feedback and the oscillation's annoying you, you will just need to turn up in your wheelbase software, and it's pretty much the same in all the wheelbases. It'll be some kind of damper setting or some kind of natural friction setting, and maybe even inertia setting, but generally damper and friction. If you turn those up, you will stop getting oscillations, but you will start to lose detail. So you might have to turn the strength of your wheel up to then turn the damper up, and then find a compromise point between where you still can feel what's going on, but it's not too overactive. But it really isn't too complicated, you know. You just, the stronger the strength of your wheel, the more damper you can apply while still being able to feel stuff. I personally, even on high-end wheels, quite like to run relatively low strength force feedback and not use much damper, because that way I can generally feel more dynamics and have very precise input, but not really worry about the wheel doing any crazy stuff to me. So I personally quite prefer lighter force feedback as a way around it, rather than applying damper. If you do add damper to wheelbases, what you also notice is that the damper will, in the wheelbase damper, will have a specific feel to it. You might like that, you might not, and different wheel manufacturers have different damping feel to them. So that's fun thing to be aware of when purchasing wheelbases. Now, maybe not pertinent for Formula 1 cars and GT3 cars, some wheelbases also have a maximum wheel speed setting, and if you're not doing like crazy drifting where you're going to let go of the wheel and have it spin around quickly, one way to reduce oscillation or crazy wheel movements is to set a maximum wheel speed to be quite low. Generally, that's probably more of a safety feature. So say for GT3 cars, your oscillations are probably happening in the centre, and probably even at the lower wheel speed, it will still oscillate quite aggressively. But you could try also setting a lower maximum wheel speed to reduce oscillations. But, you know, you just have to fiddle with these things. The main things I say is wheel strength, and then the amount of damper. Hopefully that was clear and concise. Let me know in the comments if it was, and if it helped you, and if it changed your life. It clearly did. Thanks for watching. Happy tea drinking. Take care, and goodbye. Was that a good video? Do you think that went through it? Was that too long? I don't know if that was too long. Was it confusing? Should I watch my video back? Should we have a look? Are you struggling with too much oscillation on your wheel? Is the video. And, the feeling of the car being all over the place? Well, in this video, I'm going to quickly tell you how to reduce oscillation on your steering wheel. And it's really quite simple.
There's not much to it. So subscribe so you can unsubscribe, click the like button and cry yourself to sleep. Right, the biggest things to be aware of when it comes to oscillation is that if you have a detailed signal from the game with a lot of dynamics and a lot of things going on, you probably will get oscillation at some point. The only real ways that you can reduce oscillation are, one, you can run
Fish
your
on the
force
head is so
feedback
stupid.
with weaker force feedback strength. So you just reduce the strength of your game. That's one way of reducing the oscillation. Of course, your force feedback will be lighter.
I don't think I trust this guy.
You could have a less detailed signal from the game of the force feedback. That would also be if you lowered the strength of the game. But let's say you were using LMU FFB or some custom force feedback or settings in the game. If you reduce settings that are applying left and right movement to the wheel and you reduce them, that will reduce oscillation. But again, you'll be losing detail. Separate to that, what you can do is add damper or friction
This
to
is video
your
time.
wheelbase. And what those things will do as well is actually reduce detail and information, but it will also stop oscillation. So really it's a compromise between how much detail you want, the type of force feedback that's coming out of the game, and the strength of your force feedback. If you're on really low end but probably still quite nice force feedback wheels like Logitech G293s, T300s, Moser
I don't
R5s,
trust him. I don't think he knows what he's got a fish on his head. I
that
don't
kind
trust
of
him.
stuff, you probably don't want to add any friction or damper to your wheels, or not much at all, because those wheels, the output of them is so light that the weight of your hands, the weight of the wheel rim will already act as a form of damper, and the wheel's likely to not oscillate too much because you just holding onto the wheel will stop it oscillating. Any wheel basically under 8 to 5 newton meters, you probably won't have issues with oscillation so long as you're holding onto the wheel. If you have stronger wheelbases though, what you will find is if you're running stronger force feedback,
This is a good film,
the
this.
oscillation's annoying you.
How
you
long
will
was
just need
it?
to turn up in your wheelbase software, and it's pretty much the same in all the wheelbases. It'll be some kind of damper setting or some kind of natural fiction setting, and maybe even
what did I say here?
It's annoying as long as you're holding onto the wheel. If you have stronger wheelbases though, what you will find is if you're running stronger force feedback and yet the oscillation's annoying you, you will just need to turn up in your wheelbase software, and it's pretty much the same in all the wheelbases. It'll be some kind of damper setting or some kind of natural fiction setting, and maybe even inertia setting, but generally damper and friction. If you turn those up,
This was still has to be edited. This is just how I record video footage because it's the this is like the game's obviously here, and then it's 2 webcams, but then these are cut out. It's just a way of recording stuff.
will stop getting oscillations, but you will
It just means
start
that
to lose detail. So
one video has the audio of the voice synced up with this, and the wheels and both these things are synced up and it's all one video file, so it makes it a lot easier to not have shitloads of videos all over the place.
you might have to turn the strength of your wheel up to then turn the damper up, and then find a compromise point between where you still can feel what's going on but it's not too overactive. But it really isn't too complicated, you know. You just, the stronger the strength of your wheel, the more damper you can apply while still being able to feel stuff. I personally, even on high-end wheels, quite like to run relatively low strength force feedback and not use much damper, because that way I can generally feel more dynamics and have very precise input, but not really worry about the wheel doing any crazy stuff to me. So I personally quite prefer lighter force feedback as a way around it rather than applying damper. If you do add damper to wheelbases, what you also notice is that the damper will, the wheelbase damper will have a specific feel to it. You might like that, you might not, and different wheel manufacturers have different damping feel to them. So that's fun thing to be aware of when purchasing wheelbases. Now, maybe not pertinent for Formula 1 cars and GT3 cars, some wheelbases also have a maximum wheel speed setting, and if you're not
Thanks
doing
for
like crazy
following.
drifting,
The pace car is out of control.
spin around
quickly.
CS 20 years.
One way
Only
to
20?
reduce oscillation or crazy
CS
wheel
30 years,
movements
mate.
is to set a maximum wheel speed to be quite low. Generally, that's probably more of a safety feature. So, say for GT3 cars, your oscillations are probably happening in the centre, and probably even at the lower wheel speed, it will still oscillate quite aggressively. But you could try also setting a lower maximum wheel speed to reduce oscillations. But you know, you just have to fiddle with these things. The main things I say is wheel strength, and then the amount of damper.
Struck at the time.
Hopefully,
So hang on. How old you didn't think of this?
Let me know in the comments if it was, and if it helped you, and if it changed your life. It clearly did. Thanks for watching. Happy tea drinking. Take care, and goodbye.
There you go. Great 5-minute video there. We could upload that. We need the edit. What you need is the graphics on buttons, and then I don't even need to edit it, and I can just upload every video idea we have. Probably get more views. But the less effort we put in, the better we do, is what I've learnt from life. Reconstruction filter will generally just make your force feedback smoother. It doesn't really help with oscillation, generally speaking. So it could do in some ways. Like if you have a filter, a smoothing filter, and it adds latency, then it could cause oscillations due to the latency, but generally not really. Yeah, it just because it depends how the reconstruction filter works. Some of them work by adding latency to the signal and then interpolating. And some of them. Well, I guess they probably all have to work a bit like that. They like add an additional step, an intermediary step. So it's like how anti-aliasing will make the image like blurrier, or like yeah, I can't really think of an analogy. There's different ways of doing it. But it shouldn't really affect oscillation unless there was like a big bump that a filter stops the bump coming through the wheel crazy. Then that could help. But other than that scenario, I don't think there's really I don't think it affects it for oscillation. What you really need is a really detailed and direct signal from the video game that describes like the load of the tyres, but then the game, I guess, needs to be aware of where your wheel is more, or how it sends the force feedback out. So there's probably ways that it could be detected. I mean, you could have a damper that's mostly in the centre of the wheel. So that way, if you're turning and braking, but then the centre of the wheel will feel really dampened. But that would stop those oscillations. I mean, that's what you're doing if you apply a damper to your steering wheel. Like we've done here with the Moser software, you've basically added a damper everywhere. So really, I mean, some wheels will allow you to set a damper just in specific areas, so you don't have the damper affecting all of the force feedback. I don't know if you can do that with Moser.
I mean, you could do speed-dependent damping, but it just doesn't really make sense. 'Cause they say, like, it's to increase natural damper of the steering wheel according to speed in the game. But it doesn't say if you're going faster or slower. Oh, start point, right. But it's to stop high-speed oscillations. But that's not normally where you get the oscillations. Because the force feedback's normally loaded up in one direction at high speed. I guess unless you're driving down a straight. So, yeah, so... Who's manual? SimuCube 2. Yeah, so what it'll be is it's in between the intervals of the game signal. So let's say you have a 100 hertz signal from the game in a time period of 1 second. They will effectively make it a 200 hertz signal by adding in additional intermediary points. So it's not adding latency. It's because it's just adding. It's adding higher frequency. It's increasing the frequency. If you can't increase the frequency, well, it depends. It depends how it's being done. But yeah, they'll just be adding more points. This is kind of virtually increasing the frequency. Well, I might just have a break, to be honest. Yeah, I might just have a break. We've been live streaming for 8.5 hours. We'll be back later. It's been a beautiful. We did some nice hosting on AC. We've had some good races. We've adjusted the camera. We've had some epic donations. Rhino's wasted so much money. So's Timbo Slice. TC? Traction control? Let's see if we can raid someone. But yeah, I'll catch you guys soon. Appreciate all the viewage. Is this guy in English? Not talking. Is this guy in English? He's not talking. Is this guy in English? He's not talking. We're going to find the most engaging. No, not talking. No. They're all sat silent driving. Come on, guys. There's got to be someone talking. No, they're all concentrating on driving too much. Absolute sweaty nerds. Why live stream if you just... Who wants to watch you just drive? Oh, dear. Is anyone I'm following live? Let's have a look. Oh, this guy's alright. I sent you to... hang on, who's Claire Races? Don't know her. I'm following her, apparently. Oh, yeah, Reddit. She's doing oval, though. Bloody Oval, what's that? Oh, I'm gonna send it to Zach B. He's good. He's entertaining. He's in the pits. Oh well, raid him anyway. This guy's good. Entertaining streamer. Right, guys. Have a good one. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye. Bye.